because we've got a full day. We want to make sure that Dr. Coley covers everything. So,
Well, before we
Leah
start,
will get started with our Zoom etiquette, which I forgot the last time.
Okay, so before we start, I'd like to discuss some of the Zoom etiquette reminders. Due to background sounds, participants will be muted. If you would like to share, please click on the hand icon. And the meeting is currently being recorded right now. If you have any questions or comments, please enter them in the chat window. Attendees are encouraged to share their comments. Comments will be addressed at intervals at the end of the webinar. And we appreciate your cooperation, and please enjoy this workshop. Okay, and then I'd like to introduce you our Associate Director, Ms. Michelle Agigi, for introductions.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and good evening to Dr. Gretchen Colade. And for our friends in American Samoa, is it afternoon there, or is it afternoon, yeah? Yeah, okay, good afternoon. Welcome to our day 2 of Assistive Technology for Students with Disabilities. My name is Michelle Agigi. As Leah mentioned, I'm the Associate Director here at Guam Cedars. And today we would like to bring back once again Dr. Gretchen Colade. She is a retired special education teacher, having spent majority of her career teaching students with severe disabilities. She is currently an assistant professor at the Oklahoma State University. And she prepares early childhood education pre-service teachers to meet the needs of their future young children in inclusive classroom settings. Dr. Colade's research interest includes increasing capacity for educators to meet the needs of all students and their families. She engages them in collaborative team processes and implements assistive technology devices and systems to support communication of young children with complex communication needs in early childhood as well as inclusive settings. Dr. Colade, she has actually earned her bachelor's degree in science and special education from Old Dominion University, a master's of education in early childhood education from Boston University, and her doctorate of philosophy and professional education studies with an emphasis in special education from Oklahoma State University. On a personal note, she is a guardian and best friend to her older brother, Michael, who has multiple disabilities and lives in a group home in Washington, D.C., who she'll be visiting soon, right? And she brings a family perspective to teaching, research, and presentations because of Michael. So without much further ado, we'd like to bring to you Dr. Gretchen Colade. Thank you so much once again for being with us. And we would also like to extend our thanks to our GSAT folks, Leah, Tanya, our Cedaroos, Ryan, Brittany, who's helped us out a lot with making sure that our conference or our workshop goes well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, staff, incredibly much for everything you've done to put things together and to get the materials out. So, and thank you for that kind introduction. Yes, funny story with my brother. Well, not really funny, but reality is that my brother has a form of cerebral palsy called ataxia, which impacts his balance. And he currently in DC lives in a 3-story home. And so we've been having these conversations in his individual support plan meetings about him moving to a 1-level home. Well, they finally found him a 1-level home. And when that has it's actually a 2-level home, but it has a bedroom and a full bath on the main level. So he'll be okay. And so I said to the staff, don't tell Michael, about it until like the day before he moves. Well, no, they did. And so no worries. He told me last night he's packed. He's packed everything and is ready to move. And the house isn't even furnished yet. So, you know, so yes, I bring a family perspective to life with people with significant disabilities. So he is a joy and also a challenge when things like this happen. So let's start sharing the screen. We have so very much to go over tonight. And so what I ask for, number one, is that you just hang on. We're gonna, by the end of today, you are gonna feel so comfortable. Okay, you're gonna be prepared to feel so comfortable with assessing students' assistive technology needs. Overall, what I want you to keep in mind as we go through the resources that I share is this. There is, just like, remember last week, I shared resources for consideration. And I said, I hope I made it very clear that you as teams get to pick which resource you want to use for documentation. The same thing goes for tonight. I will give you tons of resources and review them. And if they make sense, use them. And if you think, oh, it doesn't quite fit, or if I need to modify it, that's okay too. All right. Because, you know, I'm a firm believer in none of us are as smart as all of us. And so take a look at the resources, talk to your team, and then make some decisions. So our topic today is gathering information and trailing devices. We're going to, by the end, I will have explained the steps to conduct an assistive tech assessment. Remember how I said last week that frequently we tend to think, oh, there's going to be an assessor that's going to come in and help me. And the reality is, in most school districts, including the one I worked in, there was no one who came in to do an AT assessment. I needed to be the person doing the AT assessment, and I'm the one who knows my student the best. And so now I needed to form a team and have people help me. And so certainly I'll be talking about that. We will look at examining documents to plan and implement AT assessment. And like I said, there are more documents than you'll use, but boy, definitely will give you some things to think about. And the nicest part about these documents is that they're all available free online through the different websites that I'll give you. So you have some of them. I shared with Leah at the beginning as I was preparing again today, you know how, you know, the best laid plans, you think you're really organized. And then as I went through the PowerPoint to get prepared, I realized that I think I'm missing one or two resources. And I just dropped my pencil from the make and take. Hang on. Okay, got it. We're going to apply the steps of an AT assessment with a student. We're going to do a case study. And again, you heard me say last week, you know, I understand the limitations with case studies, but this case study, I want us to kind of work through. And last week, you all were so wonderfully interactive on the chat room that I'm hoping today, I know it's a long day today that we're together, but I'm really hoping that we can have some good discussion and share some good thoughts. And then finally, we're going to describe how to borrow AT for a trial. All right, so those are our learning outcomes. Again, today I'm going to go through the different categories of assistive technology that are available through GSAT to borrow. Some of the devices that I'll show you, I'm going to actually demonstrate for you next workshop. All right, but today we're going to talk through. In the feedback from last week, a couple of you said, "Gee, I wish, you know, we could have seen some AT so we could start thinking." And my goal for last week, because remember last week was just 3 hours, we had so much to cover with consideration that I did not have the luxury of going through the different categories. Today we're going to do that. Now realize that myself and GSAT have no financial relationships with any of these companies. All right, and so we don't get a kickback, we don't get, you know, free dinners, we don't get anything from the companies. We just merely share the information and then encourage you all to trial them. Okay, so like I said, I promised last week we're going to start with one of our make and takes. This was that should have been last week, and so thank you all for your patience, and truly thank you, GSAT. Whenever I proposed this idea to GSAT, the level of excitement was so high that, oh my gosh, this is so cool. So all right, you all have a baggie with a pencil and some hex nuts, the weights, and rubber bands, right, Leah? That's what we decided that we would use. Yes?
We used rubber bands instead of the
Okay.
O-rings. Yeah, we couldn't find any over at Home Depot, so rubber bands was yeah.
And that is just fine. And what I love about that, Leah, is that that's solving a problem. And in our world today, that's what we need to be as problem solvers. So, okay, so what you need to do is where it says O-ring, that's a rubber band. So take your pencil and put, I've chosen to put my rubber band right about here, just below the metal part of the pencil, okay? Now, I know some of you are going to go, we're going to give hex nuts to kids. And I think this is where we say in our, we need to establish with kiddos, we have to be safe. Whenever I was teaching, I had 3 rules in my classroom and only 3 rules. And they were be safe, be kind, and be learning. And so certainly making a weighted pencil and using them in my classroom would fall under being safe. All right. What I used to joke about with my rules is that, you know what, be safe, be kind, and be learning covers everything from sharing your pencil with somebody to being an axe murderer. Okay. It truly covers everything. So be safe with your pencils because we're going to make them weighted, which means they're going to be heavy. So once you have the rubber band securely put in the spot, and it needs to be kind of high up on the pencil. Okay. Now what we're going to do is let's put on a couple of the hex nuts. Okay, I'm going to decide to put 3 hex nuts on. And then my goal is I'm going to then put the other rubber band underneath it so that the hex nuts are held in place. That they're not, because you and I all know that kiddo who's going to loosen that one rubber band and then, probably maybe stim on the pencil. But so can you see where then as I write, and what I want you to do is take a minute and practice writing with the pencil and see how the weight feels. Because you know what, now that I do it, and again, it goes to what I love about make and takes is that, and I encourage you to do this with your students to the best of their abilities, have them advocate what works best for them. Because you know what, now that you remember I started way up here thinking that was better. Then when I put it on the pencil just now, or on the paper just now, I realized that, you know what, it doesn't work as well. I need to have it be lower on, I need the weight lower on the pencil, closer to the actual pencil tip as opposed to the eraser. And so play with it and then write and see what you think. Okay. And we've sent you several different hex nuts so that way you can talk to kiddos about how much weight do they need to have on their pencil. Sometimes what we need to understand about weight in any way, shape, or form is that weight tends to help center us. Weighted blankets help center us. Weighted lap pads do. I don't know if you've ever used a weighted vest with a student, but sometimes it just can kind of bring us, kind of center us better. Same thing with a weighted pencil, is that as I'm writing, a weighted pencil can actually help center me to be able to control the movement of the pencil better. Again, making sure that you keep in mind and emphasize to your students that it's really, really important to be safe with them. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna, open it up in the chat. Any thoughts on your weighted pencils? Is this something you would use, I guess is my question. Okay, there's my chat. What are your thoughts? Yes, Leisha, I'm glad you think you could. Because again, very simple, very cool. So glad, Preston, Trisha, so glad that you think you could use it. Yes, Quee, so glad. And do you see how something so simple Rose, great. And when we start talking about AT, please keep giving me your responses. Thank you. Leisha, never really thought of it. Think about making a weighted spoon to help with my weight loss, Preston. I love it. But you know what? Maybe with our kiddos, a weighted spoon might be a good idea. And yes, great idea, Daisy. Yes, so very glad. And what I love about this is, I should share with our OT, absolutely, Anna. In fact, I think that your OT will probably thank you for teaching her. It would be good for kids who don't stabilize well with the forearm. I agree completely. It can help, again, center them. And then talk with them and have them be part of the process of determining, number one, how many hex nuts go on. And then number two, where on the pencil they go. So start maybe in the middle and say, how does that feel? Should we move them up? Should we move them down? And what I would encourage you to do is then, you know, pencils are huge in classrooms, but if you get it to just, oh, I love it, Juana, thank you, that it's an out of the box idea. And that's what I love about working with special educators, is that it's kind of our job. Oh, Dora Lynn, I bet you'll be getting them soon. Yes, hopefully. At worst case, you can make them on your own. Hopefully, yes. I think maybe if you email Leah, that she'll make sure that you get them. But one of the things that you may want to consider, though, is that once you've established that this works really well, let's say for John, this kind of becomes John's pencil, doesn't it? So it doesn't go back in the general pencil pile. It might go in your desk with John's name written on it, or in John's desk if he can be safe with it. All right. And so absolutely love this, and realize that this is considered a low-tech assistive technology device. And what I've just provided for you as an AT service is the training to talk it through. Okay, so at the end of today's session, we will do another make and take. So, but I love that one. So I'm glad that you all are pleased with it, and you know, and can think outside the box, because I agree completely. But with COVID, yes, I know COVID is just going too fast. Yeah. I will share with you too another quick story about my brother, is that I had to, my brother got his stimulus check, which meant that his group home account had to be spent down. Kind of a good problem to have, except I'm in Oklahoma and he's in Virginia. And so I bought him new furniture for his bedroom. And thank goodness for the internet and a telephone and a very motivated salesperson. However, the furniture won't be ready till the end of May. And guess why? Because of COVID. And so I thought, you know, at what point in our life are we going to be able to say it's not COVID, it's the slow mail, or it's not COVID, it's the furniture store. But following along with my rules with Michael, I haven't told him he's getting new furniture yet, because it's not there, and I know that it would stress him out. So all right, so let's jump into the session for today. Okay, so we have, remember that I base everything we're doing in these workshops on what is called the QUIET, the Quality Indicators for Assistive Technology. All right, and they are research-based best practices in assistive technology. So last week we checked off number 1, and so we're good for that. Now this week we're going to do 2. 2 is assessment of AT needs. Realize that next week we will look into AT in the IEP, AT implementation. We'll evaluate the effectiveness of AT, and then we'll certainly look and we'll talk about AT in transition. All right. And the nice part is, like I said last week, this workshop through GSAT addresses the quality indicator of assistive technology professional development. So for tonight, though, we're going to stick with assessment of AT needs. And towards the end of the workshop tonight, we're going to actually look at because realize that while the quality gives these indicators, under each indicator, there are complete guidelines on how we meet that quality indicator, and we'll look through them today. Once we're done, to take a look at have we addressed them all. All right, I want to just take a quick minute. You know, I think you all learned about a little bit about me last week, that I am dedicated to following the law. Okay, and AT in the law is very clear. Under the IDEA, we have to consider AT needs of all students on IEPs. Remember that they do not have to, we don't have to say yes, they need AT, because not everybody needs it. However, and you know, again, I thoroughly enjoyed the interaction of, especially, you know, I thought a lot about, you know, if you remember, one of them was a 4-year-old with adaptive behavior issues and social skills. And several of you wrote in and said, you know, that's not enough information, you know, to say whether this child would benefit from AT or not. That's what we need to be doing, is we need to be having those conversations to say, at a 4-year-old level, do we give her some time in the preschool? Because if you remember, she had come from a daycare. And so now let's put her in a systematic program that will plan out and implement opportunities for her to be successful socially, and then maybe revisit it. Do you see what I'm saying? So considering it, though, is required, that schools are to provide AT if it is needed for free and appropriate public education, and it needs to be provided at no cost if AT is required. Next week in our session, please make a note to join us, because part of my session next week will be sharing, okay, I'm dating myself. And so maybe I'll date some of you too. The David Letterman show, he used to have top 10 things that were at whatever the topic was. I have developed a top 10 things I learned about grant writing. All right, I will share my top 10 things with you. And I have gone through my resources within because of course I'm used to presenting here in America, you know, on the mainland. But I found several grantors that will provide grants and are well opened for, I do remember Jack Parr. I love it. I love it, Kurt. Okay. I remember Jack Parr too. I will share with you not only what I've learned about writing grants, but also share some sites that you can actually next week start writing grants too. So that way, whenever we are faced with the challenge of we have to provide it at no cost, here's how we do it. Then we cannot delay in the provision of required AT. Realize that all of these issues within the IDEA that I've just stated have all been court cases, where courts have found that we must follow these provisions from IDEA. We then have Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Schools certainly fall under the ADA. On the IEP, it must be addressed, assistive technology must be addressed under auxiliary aids and services. And again, just like I said last week, students with disabilities must have communication that is as effective as communication with others without disabilities. We're going to talk about that one whenever we talk about our case study and our ways that we can support children within inclusive classrooms to be as much a part of the class as their peers without disabilities. And then finally, Section 504, and you know, those of us in the field know that 504 is one of those very gray areas. There have been some court cases, but for the most part, it was my experience in working in the 15 years that I worked in the school system that, you know, 504s provide accommodations and are a very key document that students can qualify for even without qualifying for special ed. And again, schools must provide equal access. And that's the key thing, is that access is an accommodation, and that the law refers to, the Section 504 refers to assistive technology as supplementary aids and services. So we need to keep those in mind. All right, let's make sure I can switch. There we go. Okay, so here are the steps of the AT assessment process. You know, what we first did is we considered And we talked about, writing it out on the IEP so that way we're saying, yes, we need an assessment. And that we've started looking at globally, yes, I think there might be a need for AT because of this problem. All right. Now, we're now going to take the next steps. And we're going to first, let me remind you that, and this will follow through everything we talk about today. Number one, a requirement for assistive tech assessments are that they must be systematic. And I'm going to help you learn how to be systematic. So it's not something you're going to have to make up. All right. The second thing is it must be replicable. When we talk about the forms and I discuss with you about the ways I've used these forms, I will talk about how I worked with a team of people to use them so that way what I have can be replicated by someone else. What I absolutely love about the being systematic is that it provides accountability. And we all know this, if there is one thing that we absolutely positively are good at is documentation. We as special ed teachers, understand that it's a sink or swim, and we need to be swimming in documentation. And then finally, AT assessments must be performed by a person or persons with AT knowledge. And you all, this is where I remember last week I said, get out the mirrors, everybody, get out the mirrors, because at the end of this session, you are going to be the person with more AT knowledge. And I love that, someone chimed in on the chat to say that, they're going to share the pencil with their OT, because that's the best way to do it, is that we need to share what we know, but also understand that through coming to these workshops, and I don't want you to leave the workshop, stay with us, but by coming to the workshops, you're now going to be the person with AT knowledge. All right, so this is what the next steps are. Now we're going to talk about observation. Okay, observation is, we all know that observation is a key part of our lives. We observe students ourselves. We invite colleagues to come in to observe our students. We ask paras to observe our students. We observe paras with our students. There are lots of ways that we can observe. And so I want to share with you several forms that are available to use for specifically observations that will give us feedback on assistive technology. So here are some steps. What we need to do, number one, is we need to ask multiple team members to complete the same observation form in their own environments. So this is a key. Remember how I said at the beginning, I'm going to give you several different forms and you can choose. Well, a key with that is, if you're the person with the AT knowledge, you may want to pick the form and be directive with your team to say, we're going to start with this form. And then please let me know if there are other forms that you would like to use, and I'll show you the other ones. And I'm willing to discuss what other ones we would use. However, for the start, we're going to start with this one. And I'll share with you that I shared last week that once I got hired by OSU, I received a grant that ran for 4 years, where we started in the OSU Child Development Lab. The Child Development Lab at OSU used to be a program that had about a third of the students, the children that were at the Child Development Lab, and they serve children that are 12 months old through kindergarten. And they have 4 rooms. They have a 1-year-old room, a 2-year-old room, a 3-year-old room, and then a combined 4 and 5-year-old room. And years ago, when I first started, Total in those 4 rooms, about a third of the children were diagnosed with disabilities. Now, I want us to think as special educators what that means and what that looked like. These are children between 1 and 5 years old and have been diagnosed with a disability. So what we're talking about there is we're talking about children with some developmental delays that are noticeable. You know, we're not talking about children with learning disabilities, right? Because those children are typically diagnosed definitely by third grade, I hope. But so because my beginning wheelhouse with assistive technology was with communication, that's what we looked at. And so by the time I got the grant and we got it started, we chose 4 children within the Child Development Lab that all had complex communication needs. Now, I held hands with my colleague. Her name is Claudia Otto. Absolutely love her. She and I went through our dissertation together. And anytime you all, I hope that you all have friends like that in our field, that you hold hands and you survive life together, because I have with Claudia. And so I am, as far as research goes, I prefer qualitative methods, and qualitative methods are ones where we tell stories. We listen to the lived experiences of people. Claudia was my quantitative person. She was the numbers person. And so when it came to observations, we both had input. And guess what? Because we're very different researchers, we each liked a different form. And I'll show, when we get to them, I'll tell you what they were. So what we agreed on is we formed a team. There were 4 of us that did observations within the same environment that the child was in. And what we chose to do is we all used one form once, and then we used another form the next time. All right. And to be honest, then we kind of went, wow, I can see the benefit of both. But so a key is that, number one, you have multiple team members. And so what I want you to think about whenever the suggestion is multiple team members, is that please, please, please look around at who's missing from your list. And I will guarantee you that sometimes, and I hope not in your case, but sometimes the people that we miss are our paraeducators. And I know at the beginning I saw several one-on-ones that have joined us tonight and that were here last time. I think I've shared with you all, and I hope I've made it as clear as I can, that I value paraeducators over almost everybody else that I ever worked with, because they truly understand what the child's needs are, what their abilities are, and what their goals should be. You know, we all know what the academic goals are, but our paraeducators can actually provide even more information about what are some goals we should work on. So whenever I worked with the Child Development Lab, it was Claudia and myself. We had our speech and language pathologist. And then, to be honest, I alternated between the teacher in the room and the paraeducator in the room, depending on how much time they spent with the child. The second bullet point is that we must observe how much or often and what ways the student is participating. Now, when we first started, remember last week, whenever I said we can get overwhelmed with thinking about what do we want to start with whenever we're looking at assistive technology needs. And we can't do 8 hours a day of observations. That will really wear us out. And so we need to be able to, as a team, prioritize, what are we going to start with? Are we going to start with, and I'll tell you, for the Child Development Lab, what we decided to do, since we had 4 children starting, and you know what? They were in 3 different rooms. And so when we looked at environments, we looked at all 3 rooms. We were in the 2-year-old room, the 3-year-old room, and the combined 4 or 5-year-old room at that point. There were no children in the 1-year-old room with developmental delays at that point. So what we decided to do is that the one consistent environmental activity that occurred between all 3 settings was lunchtime. And snack time. So we decided that that would be where we started. Realized that with our 4 children that we were looking at, none of them had meaningful communication system. And so just starting at lunch certainly was number 1, a social time, and then number 2, definitely a time where we could kind of control what they would be saying to a point. And I'll talk more about what we ended up doing with them. But so we then started observing, how much and often and in what ways were the students participating in eating lunch with their peers. They were sitting with their peers without disabilities, and there was always an adult. They do family style dining in the child development lab, so there was always an adult sitting at the table too. We then observed how much and often and in what ways the students' peers are participating. So can you see where if we switch it to, say, a morning meeting or a lecture class where the teacher asks questions and expects responses, can you see where it is so important to know what are students without disabilities expected to do in that environment? Because remember what the charge of the Americans with Disabilities Act is, that children must be able to communicate the same way as their peers without disabilities. We then want you all to, and we did, note who does the student interact with? Do they interact with students versus adults? And again, paraeducators, I love you all. But what research indicates and what I have sometimes seen happen is that sometimes the reliance on a paraeducator can be so much that the paraeducator almost becomes a barrier to interactions with peers. Not saying it's your fault in any way, shape, or form, but saying that, how can we look at backing you off? You're always there. I had several paraeducators that I called them my 911 paras. And that meant if there's a fire alarm going off in the building, I need to not worry about that child. I need to know you're my 911. You're going to go get that child and make sure they get safely out of the building. But for the rest of the time, let's have them interacting with their peers to see. And then finally, to note if there are any noticeable barriers to the students' participation. So we want, as an observer, to be actively looking for, number 1, how much and how often, but then number 2, are there barriers here that would cause our student to not be able to participate? So let's take a look at the first document. Okay, so you're going to give me a minute. Now, here is the website. It's on the, and again, the WADI stands for the Wisconsin Assistive Technology Initiative. They are a phenomenal group. And boy, if you haven't saved their website, you definitely need to. Okay, so now I have about 900 forms opened up. Please give me a moment to find, okay, I'm going to stop sharing for just a sec. Please bear with me as I pull up, because again, I have so many documents that I want to share with you all. Where's my WADI? WADI. Where's my WADI? It's here. I promise you, I opened it earlier. There it is. Okay, so let me get it front and foremost. Thank you for your patience with it. Okay, so let me share my screen. Here's that's my PowerPoint. It's only as good as when it works, folks. Okay, here we go. Found it. All right. This is what happens when you have like 9 forms opened. Okay. Can I ask, can you all see the WADI?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay, thank you so much. All right, so this is actually a 7-page document, and I'm certainly not going to go through it all because I know you all can read it. But please put this into your resource file for observations, all right? Because basically what it does is, again, Joy Zabala is going to, for free, allow you to use it. And there are lots of forms that are here. I'm going to scroll down so that way we can take a look at the actual form. Here it is. Let me make it really big. All right, so this is a potential form. Again, look at it and see, and I would even maybe encourage you to try it and ask your team to try it and then give you feedback on the ease of using it. Is it something you think would be helpful? So, okay, so when we look at the environment, student's name, school, what's the observer's name, certainly the date, and then what is the type of class or what is occurring, what activity is occurring in the classroom. And then here we go. And I like that it has short responses. To be honest, one of the things that if I were going to use this form again, because I used it with our research with the Child Development Lab, I would want these spaces to be a little bit bigger. But so is it in a special or general ed classroom? You know, one of the specials classes, is it music? Is it art? Is it PE? Is it the therapy room? If you're lucky enough to have a therapy room, is it the therapy room? The number of teachers in the class, number of aides. Do you have any volunteers in the class? And this was really big for our child development lab because we have student interns in there all the time. And that certainly affects the dynamics of the class. How many total students are in the class? Then this is a question, how many days per week is the program? And I think this goes more to like our young children, especially our threes, depending on how your district and your school serves the threes. That might look different. Is resource room considered a special room? Yes. So now what you could do is, you know, because again, in this document, that's a great question, Ashley, and I'm so glad you asked it. And so please keep questions coming as we go through. When we say special or general ed class, basically what we're saying is, are they removed from the general ed population? All right, and so in the resource room, I would say yes, that is considered a special ed room. But we all know on the continuum of least restrictive environment, that might look very different, right? That might be a resource room, but only for a little while, okay? That it would not necessarily be self-contained. How many days per week? How many hours per day overall? Is the atmosphere busy or quiet? Boy, I'd love, if you have a quiet environment, I would love to come visit your classroom when I come visit Guam. All right. And you know what I would always tell anyone who ever came into my classroom is, I never have to defend busy or loud. I have to defend quiet. Are there large open areas or small divided sections? How are the desks arranged? Do you see where this is where I would have kind of a challenge with the form? Is the furniture size for students? Accessible, appropriate, varied, and interesting materials? Is special equipment available, such as chairs with arm supports, tables at the right height? Where is the classroom located in relationship to the cafeteria, therapy, outdoor play areas? Remember how we talked about last week about our concern with getting between classes, the transition. And then finally, our bathrooms located in or outside the classroom. Man, you know, I wish I ever taught in a classroom that had a bathroom in it, and I never did. But the Child Development Lab has them in there. All right, sensory stimulation. We all know that our kids can get overwhelmed with sensory stimulation. And so record it with a check in the corresponding boxes and then enter comments that clarify your responses. So is it excessive, balanced, reduced, or not applicable? And so here's auditory. In the hallway, you know, are you on a busy street that you can hear the street noises? Other classrooms, other students, instructional media, teacher aides. Another that you might want to consider, I don't know if with Guam in their military presence, is the military presence loud? I live in Enid, Oklahoma, which is right next to Vance Air Force Base. Well, we've got airplanes flying every day. Not really, really loud ones. My husband was stationed at Langley for a while, and that's where I student taught. And Langley had F-15s. And when those F-15 suckers took off, we just had to stop talking. You know, we just stopped instruction for a minute, you know, until it was done. Visual, what's the color like, the clutter, the art and decorations, visual information, and then lighting. Lighting is so important. And this is where, honestly, with lighting, you know, I would hope your comments would include, are they the fluorescent lights? To be honest, fluorescent lights can absolutely, oh good, thank you for telling me that, yes, that the military noise is minimal. How nice. And so, but for lighting, we need to understand that sometimes all we need to do is shut off those fluorescent lights and turn on some lamps. And that will change the sensory overload. Persons present during the observation. So for each person on the list, put a check in the appropriate column. Are they participating, observing, or not present? All right. And so look at all the people we have, and then there are others. In the case of whenever we did it at the Child Development Lab, we put ourselves as other, and we just put under other, we put researcher. All right. Then access to assistive technology. What do you see happening there? What do you see that potentially could is being used, is present, not used, present, used, or not present? So communication, and this goes to cards or boards, which are pictures, digitally recorded communication devices, electronic communication devices. We're going up higher in the category of high tech. AT for daily living, adjustable seating, but not a wheelchair. Adjustable seating would be kind of like, you know how our computer chairs adjust up and down, the arms adjust, perhaps the head rest adjusts, positioning equipment, amplification, it goes all the way on. I'm not going to read them all, but can you see where it gives you a pretty good list of what's already available there. Then now this is where the observation begins. Okay, so we have all the information, and this includes the time that we're going to observe the child. And so a key with the WADI is we start with what is the task. And in this case, it gives the example of we're going to write a report, working on a smart board, aligning math problems, researching a topic in the media center. Directions, they were given visually or auditorily, or both, and the time, how long, okay? This goes back to what we said on the previous slide, that we absolutely need to look at what do students without disabilities, what are they expected to do? And so how does the rest of the class respond to the directions, and how are they expected to complete their work? Now, this is our target student or our focus student. Do you notice any difference in how the target student handles the directions? How do they begin, maintain, and end the task? Was the time for the activity sufficient? Barrier to completion, what did you notice in the environment that might impact the target student's work? Potential adaptations. This is where what pops into your head that might, that you would want to bring up in the brainstorm session during, and they call it an ASNAP meeting. Realize that that's a WADI term for, you know, a group meeting on assistive technology. And then finally, what information do you need? What questions do you have for the teacher, student, or the parent? Now, I'll be honest and say, remember how, you know, last time we talked about, is it okay to modify forms? I took this and then this box, and we just made it into one solid piece of paper, okay? So that my task, directions, and time gave me way more information. Oh, absolutely, John, that is a great question. And John, you know what? You need to be part of a great team, and you're going to make one, that giving directions tactily or kinesthetically could be a consideration. And so that's what you need to write down too under directions, John. And in fact, what I would encourage everybody to do is take that note, that would be something we could add to this form, and then make sure that everyone, John, on your team thinks about how they were given tactily and kinesthetically. Absolutely. But so do you see where, I don't know about you all, but you know, I handwrite things, and my handwriting tends to be all over the place. And so I need these boxes to be bigger. And that's what we did, is we made them bigger. Now, here is another form that actually is like in 3 slides from now, but I'll go over it now. Okay, so there's one way you can do it. Okay. Now, the WADI gives you another way that you can do it. The environmental observation summary. Okay, so in this case, all they're asking for is, what's the task you observed? Describe it. What are the ways that students with typical abilities, I wish, this is kind of one of my soapboxes, and you'll hear me switch the words a lot. we emphasize to my college students that I teach about people first language. And I think we all have it whenever it comes to saying students with disabilities. But how about students without disabilities, right? Instead of saying typical students, shouldn't we be saying students without disabilities too? So anytime you see that, I will usually verbally switch it. So ways that students without disabilities participated, ways that the target student participated, barriers to students' participation. All right, now I will share with you that Claudia loved this one. So we did this one, and I was okay with it. I loved this one because I'm the qual person. I'm the storyteller. I want to write down lots and lots of stuff that I saw. All right. It doesn't necessarily change. The only thing it really does do is if you use this form, this is where it calls for brainstorming and asking questions. This form doesn't really open it to that. Now, certainly challenge you. You can take this form, turn it over, and write that on the back. And so absolutely positively consider using either one of these forms. The one thing that I would suggest, though, is that you have someone fill out the environmental observation guide so that way it is part of your documentation. The observation guide doesn't necessarily have to be filled out by everyone because we're all so busy. But can you see where then what you do is you get that all filled out so it's part of your record, and then you say, okay, we're going to do an observation. And in the case of our children, when we started at the Child Development Lab, we went in and boy, you know, collaborating on times that we could all get there and observe the child in the same environment doing the same task was a challenge, but we did, and we then filled these all out. And we gave them to, we gave this form, the Wadi Classroom Observation Guide, to Claudia, and she then kind of numbered up the stuff. And then everyone gave me their environmental observation summary. Okay. So quick time for questions on that. Are there any questions about those observation forms before I go on? So I'll give you a thinking moment. And then,
Dr. Gretchen, there's a question in the chat.
Okay.
Is a resource room considered a special room?
Yes, and you know, anytime we take a child out of the general ed population, then I would say yes, that would be a special room. Now on the form, it does break it out to say if they're in therapy, that's a different situation. And certainly with assistive technology, our overall goal is that if they need assistive technology in the general ed classroom or even in the resource or special ed room, it should go with them to speech therapy as well if they use it. And I'll tell you that one of the weaknesses that can occur is when a team doesn't work together well. I shared with you last week that in my dissertation, I looked at 4 teams of stakeholders that all supported young children with complex communication needs in the public school. And Laura has asked, will we provide the packet on the Wadi? I bet we can. I'll send the packet to Leah, the entire packet, and she'll make sure. I will go through all of these, I promise, and make sure that we get all of them together and send them out. And again, they're on the web, so I'm sorry you're having a problem downloading them, but we will get them to you. And so with my dissertation, though, I looked at 4 groups of stakeholders, and I'll tell you about one of them. One of the children with complex communication needs, she was 7, and she had Rett syndrome. If you all are familiar with Rett syndrome, it's a pretty devastating syndrome. And this young child used a Tobii communication device with eye gaze to communicate. Okay, you ready for her environments? She went to private speech therapy. She went to speech therapy at school. She was in a special ed self-contained room. but she went out for general ed PE. Okay, you ready? In her private speech therapy, she used her Toby with eye gaze. In her school speech therapy, in her special ed classroom, and in her PE room, she used eye gaze on pictures. They did not use the Toby. And the reason they didn't use the Toby is because the school, the Toby was owned by the parents, and the school said they didn't want to take responsibility for such an expensive device at school. Do you see the disconnect? Tremendous disconnect for this little one to be able to fully participate. And you know, I think we can see both sides, but there's got to be somewhere in the middle that we can meet when we talk about that. And so yes, so okay, so when we do all of those, that's what we need. When we look at these, we need to be considering them all. Okay, now I'm going to share. Okay, we're going to move back to, all right, so I'm going to ask you to be patient.
Dr. Khalid, I think
Yes.
we may have included the WADI assessment on the packets, and I've also
Okay.
sent them out via email. So
Very
yeah,
good.
should be there in their packets.
So everybody check to see if that's in your packet, because I did send a whole lot. And then, like I said earlier, that, you know, as I was kind of looking through these, I found that maybe a couple were missing. Okay, now I'm going to share another form that we use. Now, this is from Joy Zabala. And I'll tell you all real quickly that there is an upcoming training on April 29th on what is called accessible educational materials. And Joy Zabala is going to be one of the presenters. It's a free webinar. Now, the challenge for you all is that the webinar starts at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's really early for you all. But I was telling Leah, I'm going to send Leah the email. I'll send it to her over our lunch break. And they will, if you register for the webinar, they will then, about a week later, they said, according to the write-up, that they will send you out a link to the recorded session. All right, so if you actually want to hear Joy Zabala, who graciously shares all of these documents with us, please look into that. Again, it's on April 29th at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, which would probably be for you all April 30th. So, so yes, so be looking for that email from us. Okay, so here is, guess what? Another form you can use to be able to observe, document and observe. Now, realize that the set, and I mentioned this last time, we used some set documents last week with consideration, and I don't think I clarified that what SET stands for. SET stands for student, environment, tasks, and tools. Now you'll notice on this form, we only have the student environments and tasks, because right now we're just observing. You know, Zabala is saying when you use this form, this is not the form to start looking at tools yet. We're going to get to that tonight. But for right now, we just want to look at students, environments, and tasks. But realize that for the second T, that stands for tools. And what that means is that stands for AT tools. And remember from last week, that assistive technology has two different kinds. There are two different kinds of assistive technology. There are devices, and there are services. So, and services are the trainings. So, all right, I will tell you that I love this set for gathering data. First here, I'm sorry, I'm sure I maybe made y'all dizzy. This is page 1. And so it gives you some ideas of what you should be looking for. It kind of guides you in. When we use this one in the Child Development Lab, we actually made it a 2-sided copy. So that way, if we needed to go, what am I really looking for under this? Let me read back on what Joy Zabala says. So For the student, information related specifically to the student, areas of concern, special needs, current achievement, interests, goals. For environment, information related to anyone who's around the student or anything that's provided to the student. And then finally, the task, information specifically related to the details of the tasks that are currently required of the student or will be in the near future. And what I like about it is that, take a look down here at the bottom. So you're going to fill all of this in. And then you're going to circle functional areas of concern. You're going to underline any barriers. And you're going to star supports that are already existing there. So do you see where in all of these forms, I think there's a pretty consistent emphasis on areas of concern, barriers, and then supports that are already there. All right. Now in this form, it does not, the one difference, and this might be where you might go, oh, I'm not sure I'd use this particular one, is that it does not specifically ask you to report and document what students without disabilities are doing. Can you see that? That isn't, I still kind of like it because you still get to tell the story. And technically, you could probably put that under environments, because under environments, remember, let me go up, and I don't want to make y'all dizzy, but that it is, you know, information related to anyone who's around the student. So it could be that. You could include that. You'd have to be very systematic in sharing that with your team, that that's what you expect from the SET scaffold, okay, for gathering data. So again, you know, this was kind of one of my favorites. That doesn't mean that it's going to be one of your favorites. All right. And so everyone needs to be open to trying different ones and figuring it out from there. So, all right, let me jump back to our PowerPoint and catch up with my forms, because I actually have some of them uploaded. All right, let's talk about the WADI, we've already done this one, the WADI observation guide. So you all have that one. All right, and we've gone over the environment observation one. Boy, am I good or what? And so that's all in your packet. If you can't find it, you know, drop us a line and we'll help you figure it out. But those should all be available. And again, literally, the forms that I've been pulling up so that way they're bigger on the screen, I literally Googled them and pulled them off the internet. Okay, and so if you're having problems with internet, maybe to try later to see if you can, but I promise you that if you Google, if you look at the bottom of this form, Assessing Students' Needs for Assistive Technology 2009 WADI, it's gonna pop up. All right, so we've finished observation. I've given you several different forms that you can use to be able to work and look over and get to know your student through them. Can you see where it would be so important to, number one, have multiple perspectives. Number two, absolutely positively have compare everybody's thoughts and put together a plan that we can now start looking at solution generation. So what we're going to do now is we're going to talk about solution generation. And with this, we're going to ask some questions. Okay, number one, who's going to coordinate the trial to help acquire the devices? This is where you as a team need to at least be saying, hey, this is where, okay, and let me tell you, one of the things that I found in my dissertation with my 4 families is this. Anytime an IEP team gets together, and that includes the parent, and the question comes up, who's going to be in charge of this? What literally happens in a lot of cases is we have a ready, everybody put your hands on the table, and it's 1, 2, 3, not me. Not me. I can't do it. There's no way I can do it. I don't have time. I don't have the resources to do it. I don't have the knowledge to do it. And so Jerry, it could be a facilitator, if you're lucky enough to have someone in that role. And I agree that the SPED teacher is absolutely a strong candidate for the person who's going to coordinate it. All right. And I'm not saying it should be that way, but I'm saying that in reality, for me as a teacher in Enid for all of those years, I don't know if I shared with you all last week. If I did, bear with me. I started teaching in my classroom, and I immediately became aware of the fact that so many of my students, okay, and Alicia, you say mainly the person will be responsible for the device throughout the year. Absolutely. Yes, that's not something that you're going to say, I'll do it, and then you walk away mid-year. What occurred with me is that I started teaching, and I realized that a lot of my students had complex communication needs and no meaningful communication system. And so, and a lot of them, remember, I taught students in high school. And Jerry, we as special ed teachers usually play the role. Absolutely, we do. And that's our reality, Jerry. And I agree with you completely that our reality is that we're the network. We provide the network that makes communication happen between parents, schools, service providers. And now let's add AT into it. Because we have to. All right. Now, I hope you have a good enough team that while you may be as the special education teacher, the one who says, I'm going to coordinate it, but I hope you have, support with it. But so what occurred with me is our SLP came in. She was only seeing out of I think I had like 17 students total the very first year I taught. And when she came into my classroom, and she was only serving like 2 of my 17. A lot of them still needed speech services. But she said, I don't know if this has been any of y'all's experience, but she said, well, you know what? They've plateaued in their speech development. And there's only so much time I have during the school day. And, this particular SLP was really, brutally honest with me. And she said she had 52 kids on her caseload that she had to see, most of them weekly. And so she said, do I spend my time with kiddos who are in high school and still have no meaningful communication, or do I spend it with the early childhood kids? Juana, I agree. I'm right there with you. We could burn out real quick. And that's where we need to look, and we need to find good people in our or on our teams that can join us and can become a support to us. Because what happened then with this SLP is that she was so smart, and she said, Gretchen, if you want to learn more about communication systems, you need to start going to trainings. And so that's what I did. I was brand new. I started going to trainings, but guess what? I got smarter. And what I started to do is I started sending my para educators to the trainings. I didn't go to the trainings. I sent them to the trainings. And the results were phenomenal. Number one, the para educators came back so empowered and energized with the information. And then they shared it not only with me, but with everyone else. Oh, Ashley, I'm so sorry. Wow, Ashley, is there a way that he could get services maybe remotely? I know my nephew gets services right now due to COVID remotely. I think that would be a question to ask. But okay, so we need to ask, who's going to coordinate it? Who's going to be the first person that we're going to go to? And then because remember again, AT is 2 different things. It is devices and it is services. And so number one, we need to talk about the devices. Who's going to coordinate that? And then secondly, what training may be needed for the student, family, and team members on how to use the assistive technology. So solution generation continued. This next question is, again, Use your paras, all the trainings available. Okay, good. Okay, so who will set up, troubleshoot, recharge, and otherwise manage the AT during the trial? And this is where I would really encourage you that if you have a para educator who is with the child for most of the day or a big portion of the day, that would be who I would say, I'm going to train you. We're going to make sure that you receive the training on the device so that way you're the person at school who will, be trained to set up, troubleshoot, recharge, and otherwise manage the AT. You absolutely positively with this part of the solution generation is have almost a checklist of this is what needs to be done to the device daily. And make sure that when we charge it at the end of the day, if it's a device that stays at school, it gets charged overnight, sitting right there. Everybody who walks in the door knows where it is. Make sure that it's plugged in. As far as troubleshooting goes, realize that with a lot of the higher tech devices, all it takes is a call to the company that has developed the device. We had an iPad with a lamp app with my little one with Down syndrome. When he started with us when he was in pre-K. At the Child Development Lab, and one day, his general ed teacher was working with him on it at the lunch table. He was using it to communicate, and it literally just like crumped. It stopped working. It turned gray. It kind of went fuzzy, and she called the yeah, Alicia, that's a great, thank you all so much for doing this. That I would have all my SPED team trained due to the fact that the main teacher might be absent for a while. You know what? We all have a right to get sick. We all have a right to take, I hope you all do this, that please understand that sick leave days can be mental health days where, you know what, I just need a break. I'm going to take a sick day and just do self-care. And then we also can have family responsibilities that take us out of class. So that cannot be a reason why assistive technology is not consistently used in the classroom. Oh, well, the para who is the only one who knows about it. Oh, Chrissy, I couldn't agree with you more. And in fact, that's the soapbox I've been on lately, Chrissy, with my student teachers, is that we can't just say do self-care. I have now made them do a reflection on what does self-care look like to you? Because self-care for each of us looks very, very different, right? And so it's so important that we not just say self-care, but, oh, yay, and Laura just got the hard copies delivered to her desk. Boy, was that perfect timing or what, Laura? Fabulous. Thank you all so much at Cedars and GSAT for everything you did to coordinate this, because it was a lot of work on your part. But okay, so absolutely positively, who's going to set it up? And when I say set it, oh, okay, I got off topic. So when we were troubleshooting with the LAMP app, the general ed teacher called the SLP that was on our team because she had given out her cell phone number. The SLP couldn't help her because she was busy. And so the SLP said, get on the web and call LAMP. And she called the LAMP app people. They walked her through it. They reloaded that sucker and it was back up in like 15 minutes. And so the question becomes, and I agree completely, I think everybody being trained is the perfect solution, so that way, if one person isn't there, we can rely on another. Now, where, when, and during what tasks will the student use the AT device during the trials? And this is where, like for my students at the CDL, we said where in their CDL classroom, when, during lunch, during what tasks, socializing, and stating food preferences is when they would use it. What outcomes will determine the success of the trial. And so, we're all really good at writing our goals and objectives. And so this would be where, now realize that this outcome is not a goal it's not necessarily a goal that would go on the IEP, but would it be the student is able to use the device successfully to socialize with their friends and be able to make comments and state preferences for food that they are eating at lunch. All right, so identifying potential tools. In order to determine a list of potential tools, teams must review information from the observation process. And then they brainstorm up resources as needed to kind of say, what would we like to try? And I'm going to go over what the different categories are in a minute. So characteristics or features of the AT should be identified based on the need of the student for the identified task within the customary environments for a given task. This is referred to as feature matching. And we're going to do some really fun things with feature matching when we come back from the break. Okay, we're not going on break yet. But so let's look at the categories like I promised. The 8 categories that GSAT has, let's not do that yet, that GSAT has identified on their website are these. Number 1 is computer related. Boy, that's a big category, isn't it? Daily living, environmental adaptations, hearing, mobility, seating and positioning, rec, sports and leisure, speech communication, and vision. And so what we need to understand with all of these is, I don't want you to even, try to keep things in a box, because it can be vision, but also computer related, right? It can be seating and also daily living. So they can easily switch between categories, but I'm just going to go through and give you a couple of different examples. These are in no way, shape, or form a comprehensive list, okay? All right, so the first one for computer related, and these are all ones that you can trial, excuse me, through GSAT. The first one is a 3M ergonomic mouse. Now, I will tell you, there are so many different, I don't know the plural of a mouse in computer language, but there are lots of those out there. And there are a lot, and you can see how this one plugs in very easily to a computer. You can see that this one is almost like a joystick, so that the student can, and it's got a thumb thing on it, so that way we can manipulate the cursor more easily. Now, this is only one of many. And so please don't think that, oh my gosh, if it doesn't work, I will not be able to use others. In my classroom, I probably had at least 10 different mice. And we got to know students, because we trialed them with different students, to know who could use which one. I did have one that I absolutely loved, and it literally was just, it sat on a base, and it was just a little rubber stick that stuck up. And I used it with one of my students who, when I first got her in my classroom, I was told, don't expect much. She was a young lady with spastic cerebral palsy. She used a wheelchair for mobility. She relied on others to meet all of her daily living needs. She tested cognitively at about a 9-month-old level. And yet, what she taught me, and what I relearned from working with her, is there's a human being in there, and she has preferences, and she has the desire to participate, and she gets annoyed. She's a high school girl. And so what I did is I found several different programs on the computer that if you clicked a mouse, you could like get puzzle pieces moved into puzzles. This young lady loved animals. And so I found tons of puzzles on the web that were animal puzzles. And she could use a mouse to click it, and it would upload, it would, move the puzzle pieces in. And then whenever it became a full puzzle, it would dance and music would come on. And the thing is, with her, she had such limited range of motion that she had meaningful movement with her right index finger. So she could swipe at a mouse. So can you see where if the mouse is sticking up like this and she swipes it, it was really more like a switch, she could then be able to, but if you actually held it, you could move the cursor, but it worked beautifully. And so this is a great one for someone who has pretty good range of motion and fine motor control. But so that's one. The next one is a smart pen. Can you see where as you write, it goes onto a device, and it doesn't just have to be a small device. It could be an iPad or onto a laptop. You do need to, for that one, download the app to be able to use it. Certainly an iPad is a fabulous computer-related potential assistive technology device. Lots and lots and lots of apps that you can add to it to be able to help children have access to the general ed curriculum. Now, something to consider with an iPad is this. An iPad is not referred to as a dedicated device. And what a dedicated device means is that's the only thing that goes on it are assistive technology apps to use for whatever reason. One of the challenges that I encountered in my research was that, and it happened with one of my other children in my from the child development lab. She was my little one. I always take a deep breath when I talk about her. She had cerebral palsy, and it impacted her breath rates and her ability to speak with any volume. Well, in order to get her, because she was little when we started with her, she was 2 years old. And so when we were wanting to get her to engage with eye gaze, we had to play some games. We had to let her use eye gaze to play games. Well, then what happened is, so we loaded the games onto the device. Then we loaded the communication device on, or the communication app onto the device. And we would say, okay, let's go in and let's talk about some things. Because then she turned 3 and she moved into the 3-year-old room, and they do morning meeting. And so we would want her to participate in that. And so we would, say, okay, go over to your communication. And she would go over and open it. And then, man, if I took my attention away for even a second, she would eye gaze right back to those games, right? And so can you see where that would be kind of the challenge with using an iPad that is not a dedicated device? So just food for thought with that. And then finally, the big trackball mouse. I love this. Can you see where this would be if you have a child who has some challenges with finger control, that the cursor can be controlled solely by rolling that ball and then clicking either the blue or the yellow. And so absolutely fabulous examples of different mice, okay? So, and again, this is not comprehensive. All right, daily living examples. Believe it or not, and I recently taught a boot camp to emergency certified teachers at a Southern university here in Oklahoma. And we talked about calculators. And, someone chimed in and was like, a calculator is an assistive tech device. Guess what, everyone? It is. And in fact, think about all the places calculators are. They're on our phones. And so a jumbo desktop one, can you see that would be, and do you see where that meets a lot of different people's needs? It certainly meets the needs of our students who have visual impairments, but it also meets the needs of students with limited fine motor control, right? There are tons of different calculators out there that are assistive technology. I had ones that were ones that spoke. So you press the 1, it would say 1, plus, it would say plus, 2, plus, equals, and then it would say 3. Well, and although I had one student who, oh my goodness, he was a very streetwise young man, and he loved making my talking calculator rap. Like he would do the 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And okay, so he lost the right to use those every once in a while whenever he would start writing, or rapping rather. Another daily living example is a letter writing guide. Can you see where this lays on top of the paper? So this is a very simple assistive tech device to help keep students writing in a straight line and to keep it within the space that is needed. These come in many different sizes, spacing sizes, so that way you can make decisions on, what does the student need. This would be, though, certainly for students who, let's break out our pencils, who can use our weighted pencils, right? These are for students who writing is a possibility. All right, so if they're able to write, then certainly that's our expectation, and maybe opening up some computer related examples. But so, and the other example for a daily living is adaptive loop scissors. These have a very gentle cutting mechanism so that students can control the cutting better. If you have students who, and again, I want you to think about what we just did. We did student environment and task. So if you're observing in an elementary school and you observe that students without disabilities are cutting things out, then by golly, our students with disabilities need to be cutting things out, don't they? And there are lots of different adaptive devices to help students cut out. My very favorite one that I had in my classroom, and I had like 4 of them because of the limited fine motor control of a lot of my students, is I had switch activated scissors, where they were electric scissors. And my student who used, the mouse with the little switch that she would knock with her finger, she would press the switch and then the para would do the cutting. But the para couldn't do the cutting if the student didn't engage the switch. So the student was still actively participating in a skill to the best of her ability, because she couldn't have used these adaptive loop scissors, but she could use the switch activated scissors. All right, environmental adaptation examples. The wobble switch, this is, oh my gosh, but you see how this could be plugged into a computer. The wobble switch is what I've been talking about. I love the wobble switch. Please put that on your wish list for whenever I talk about grants. Realize that every single item that I have discussed that I had in my classroom that I used, I purchased with a grant. Not one thing was purchased with school funds because we didn't have them. I don't know what your budgets are each year, but each year, to meet the needs of my students. Remember, my very first school year teaching, I taught 17 students, and I taught them art, math, and English. Oh, I love this. Most of our young students from K through 3 need it. How and where can I order a letter writing guide? They're found on Amazon. Love it, Tanya. Thank you for sharing. Okay, and Ashley, you say, or no, Shalan, I hope I'm saying that right. We wrap electric tape around the loop in the adaptive scissors. Some students like to squeeze and the loop would snap. You gotta love our students. Remember when I talked about those hex nuts? You all know do you see where no one else can come in and do this for your students, okay? You know your students well, and you see how they use materials and devices. And then Ashley, is there a tool to help students hold the pencil? He has the potential to write, but the minute they let go of his, oh, there are, Shalon, yes. You know what, contact GSAT and ask them to walk you through all the different things there are to hold a pencil. There's one called a writing bird. Write that down, writing bird. And I'm not sure if it's on the list for GSAT, but if it's not, you can Google it. But okay, so another one are the jelly bean switches. This is another kind of a switch where you just hit it. This would be one, these switch ones. I sent a paraeducator to an AT training on switch adapted toys. Anything that has an on-off switch can be modified to be used with a switch. And so in our life skills room, oh my gosh, the blender, became almost every one of my students' jobs, is because we could put a switch to it because we sent a paraeducator to learn how to do it. And she brought it back. The head switch is for our students or adults, as in this picture, because remember that GSAT doesn't just serve adults. GSAT serves the lifespan of any of their customers or participants or individuals with disabilities. And so the head switch can be used just like a jelly bean or a wobble switch, only it's put here. Now, with some of my students, when we were trying to determine where we could put a switch, one of my students, it was his left knee on his wheelchair. That was what we determined, and we determined it through, again, a team process, including his physical therapist, who was such a key to helping us figure out the part of his body that worked the best for him, was to be able to have that particular device right next to his knee, or switch next to his knee. I also had a very good friend who worked with a young lady who was on homebound instruction. God bless her. She was a teenager with epilepsy. That did not qualify her for assistive technology. However, we all know how teenagers can be, and at 16, she didn't like how the epilepsy medicine made her feel. If you know or love anyone with epilepsy, we know that it can dull you down. And she didn't like her medicine, so she went off of it without telling anyone. And she was taking a bath at home, and she drowned. She had a seizure and drowned. Her family found her, did CPR, brought her back, but she was severely brain injured. Her special ed teacher was committed to figuring out, could we do an environmental adaptation switch that she could then control things? And what she found was it was her eyebrow. And there's a switch that you can actually tape to the eyebrow, and if the student would move her eyebrow, she could turn things on and off. And the way they got her motivated to be able to do it is that she loved music. And more importantly, she loved, a certain kind of whatever rap or, young people music. And she hated Garth Brooks, which, in Oklahoma is illegal to hate Garth Brooks because he's from Oklahoma. And he gives lots of money. He gave my classroom $2,000. We love Garth Brooks, but this student did not. And so if the student wasn't actively participating in the activity, her teacher would put on Garth Brooks. And so she would have to enact the switch to shut him off. And by golly, she did. So if you have students with really limited motor skills, switches are fabulous for helping them be able to participate. All right, so hearing examples, oh my gosh, so many. And I hope that you all, in fact, if you use any, Leah, we have the writing bird, yay. Okay, so please, Ashley, borrow the writing bird. I think that at least is a good start, because the writing bird holds the pencil and then you just move your hand. And and heck, you might want to try the hex nuts on it too, because then it would, actually work with strengthening muscles. But so for hearing examples, there are a couple of different sound systems that can be used within schools, and here are two different ones. A pocket talker is one you can see where the teacher would wear the white pocket talker, and then the student would wear the headphones. And so what the teacher says would be amplified directly into the student's ears. The Williams Sound FM system is another one that is very similar to that. Now, there are some out there that the teacher just wears one and it amplifies to everyone in the class. Certainly that's called universal design for learning. The question though that I have with that is that, can the increased volume actually distract some of the students? And I don't know that answer, only you would know that answer in your classroom. So is it better to do it with the student who needs it directly into their ears? And while this definitely addresses students with hearing impairments, it also might help our students with ADD, right? Can you see where this is something that could help students who have difficulties paying attention, and they could control when it would be on and when it would be off. Okay, so great hearing examples. All right. Then our next one, mobility, seating, and positioning. Believe it or not, from GSAT, the wonderful GSAT, you can borrow a Crypto ultralight children's wheelchair to trial, or a junior walker to trial. And so if your child, if you're thinking, wow, they might need support, do you see where this is where your physical therapist absolutely positively has got to be a key member of your AT team. If they are involved in physical therapy with the child, they need to be part of the consideration and definitely part of the observation. And then as we go into assessment, they need to be part of the assessment as well. All right, next. All right, for rec, I think I've shared with you my bias and my love for rec. Um, uh, this is where kids become kids in schools, is when they can actively participate. And so take a look at this motorized scooter board. You know, this would be for a student who perhaps uses a motorized wheelchair for mobility. And now let's put them on the ground in PE when we're doing all kinds of games, and let's have them be able to actively participate safely. And certainly this would be where, do you see where, I'm on a lot of different blogs, and I was reading one recently that said, we spend so much time teaching kids with disabilities how to interact with the real world. Why don't we teach the real world how to interact with kids with disabilities? Do you see where the scooter board would be a step towards that? Would be, hey, everybody in PE, gather around. This little boy, John, is going to be using his scooter board today. Let's see what he can do, because certainly with the scooter board, he could play any kind of a ball game. If the ball was on the floor and he could push it to someone, can you see where he could run bases? He could do all kinds of things with it. However, he's going to need support from all of the children in the environment and the adults in the environment to be able to actively, and most importantly, especially for John's parents, safely be able to interact. And then I absolutely love this ringing soccer volleyball. This is a ball that makes noise, so that if you have a visually impaired student or a student with visual impairment, caught myself, that, can you imagine how they could be part of a soccer game because they could hear it coming. Now, again, we would need to teach everyone so that way, especially with our more competitive students, to be able to say, do not charge the person with a vision impairment. If the ball's coming towards them, we need to give them an opportunity to be able to kick it. Okay, certainly you all know speech communication is absolutely my wheelhouse. And there's a Logan Proxtalker communicator. If you take a look at this is where you can see the icons on it. You can program in up to 5 different things that it would say. All right, and the nice part is that you can see that they're on Velcro. So the goal with this and with the GoTalk is that you would have a separate notebook of all of the different icons, so that way you can switch these out. Now the question then becomes really with both, because then I'll talk about GoTalk 9 and then I'll deal. GoTalk 9 Plus is, can you see where the very top, the one that is circled in white, those for the most part stay the exact same. So it's a greeting, hello. The question I would be willing to bet is probably, how are you? Or you know what, if we want to be cool, if we're in middle school or high school, we want to be able to say, how you doing? How's your day? What's going on? And then finally, see you later. But then can you see where if you look on the right side of the GoTalk 9, you'll see a tab that literally you would pull out and it says shopping on it. So these are all icons about shopping, and you can program on the back to have a multiple different slide in things that you would put for topics to talk about. Regardless of any communication device that the student uses, it needs to either travel with them or be in every single classroom. Now, these two are considered high tech. In my little pea brain, high tech means that they're operated by battery. Okay, and so with these, if they're operated by battery, then definitely they're considered high tech. But realize there are even higher tech ones, like the iPad with the lamp app on it. So those are just 2 of many communication examples, and they're both available for you to borrow through GSAT. For vision examples, what we need to understand with vision very clearly is this. With vision, we need to be able to understand that we have students who are visually impaired, and then we have students who are blind. If you have students who are blind, you really need to either have a vision specialist who is well versed in Braille. And if you don't, you need to pursue that training to be able to work with Braille. And so that way, because realize that, there's the device and then there is the service, right? And so, they do have available through GSAT the Braille Note, and you can see that it actually goes out onto the web to Google. And so a student who is well versed in Braille and interact with the internet. And then we have JAWS for Windows, and that's actually something that can be used on a desktop computer, a laptop computer. And then there are lots of other vision examples that increase the size. Now, when I was teaching, I had a student who had had a stroke as a 3-year-old, and I had her as a high schooler. And so she was visually impaired, but she could process information if on my printer, my printer at the high school could, of course, do the 8.5 by 11s, but they also could do the 11 by 17 sheets. And so I would use, are you all familiar with, there is a curriculum called News to You. And it is the word news, and then a dash, and then the number 2, and then a dash, and then the word you, Y-O-U. It is a fabulous curriculum that was developed after No Child Left Behind was enacted in the late 90s. And it is absolutely fabulous. It uses picture icons, and it gives you the latest news. And it gives it to you in weekly format. It's okay, it's not hugely expensive. Okay, I'm dating myself because remember I retired in 2011. I think that the subscription was like, I want to say it was like $75 a year for a weekly newsletter that I would get, but it came with lots of stuff. Well, so for my student who was visually impaired, she couldn't process the information on an 8.5 by 11. So we were very lucky in Enid. We have a vision specialist, and she came out whenever I got the student on my caseload. And I said, okay, how can you help me? Now, again, let's think about a team. Okay, the vision specialist said, yes, I will blow it up onto 11 by 17s for you, Gretchen, as long as you get it to me 3 weeks ahead of time. Okay, I don't know. I could ask show of hands. How many of you plan lessons 3 weeks ahead of time? That's not going to happen in my life. And so what I did instead was I asked the vision specialist, come with me to the copy room and teach me how to enlarge this to an 11 by 17 sheet of paper. And she did. And so every week, whenever I would make the copies for our newspaper work, that's what I would use, because then the student could use that without actually using a device to increase the size of the font and the size of the pictures. So those are our different categories. And again, I just gave you kind of a sneak peek into them. So what I'd like us to do is let's take a quick 15-minute break, so you can go to the bathroom, get something to drink, and we will be back my time at 7:30, your time at 10:30, and we will jump into talking about features of AT, because I've just given you some ideas of what AT devices are, but most importantly, as a team, what you're going to have to do is come up with figuring out the features. Okay, so we will meet back here your time at 10:30. Okay, and if you have any questions, please pop them into the chat room while we're gone. All right, thanks everyone.
GSAT is the Guam System for Assistive Technology, also known as GSAT, is a federally funded program administered by the University of Guam Center for Excellence in Developmental Disabilities, Education, Research, and Service, Guam CEDARS. Our mission is to increase Guam's access to assistive technology through providing services and AT device demonstrations. Did you know that individuals with disabilities and their families living on Guam can borrow a device from our lending library for up to 30 days? The device can be used at home, school, or in the workplace. We also have an Akuti loan program to assist individuals with disabilities and their families with financing to purchase assistive technology. If you would like to see our lending library or model home, or if you would like more information about the Akuti loan program, give us a call at 735-2490 or visit our website at www.gsatcedars.org.
I just so love doing this, talking to her.
Technology helps people with hearing and vision loss connect in many ways with widescreen monitors and braille note takers.
I can actually see you when you get to the end of the block. Make a right.
Excellent.
Laptops.
We're moving to Florida.
Okay.
Screen magnification software.
Oh, what a great picture.
That's nice. When did you see that?
I saw them October 18th.
Braille displays.
Veronica.
Baseball clinic has been cancelled.
Screen reading software.
Oh, man.
Can I come by to say hello?
With tablets.
For dinner.
Oh, that sounds like a plan.
And smartphones. Desktop computers. Specialized keyboards.
Do you want to go to lunch today?
And more.
That's nice.
I can connect.
But
Kids.
I Can Connect provides equipment and training to help people with combined hearing and vision loss connect with the world. Find your state program at icanconnect.org.
Hafide, I'm Robin Allen, and I'm a member of the Guam DD Council.
Hafide, I am Candice Pray. I'm the member of the Guam DD Council.
Hafide, my name is John Ignacio, and I'm a member of the Guam DD Council.
What is self-advocacy?
What is self-advocacy?
What is self-advocacy?
Self-advocacy is learning how to speak up for yourself.
Make your own decisions about your life.
Knowing your rights and responsibilities.
Learning how to get information so that you can understand things that are of interest to you.
Learning problem solving.
Reaching out to others when you need help and friendship.
Why is self-advocacy important?
Why is self-advocacy important?
Why is self-advocacy important?
So that you have the knowledge you need to succeed.
And are given the chance
To participate in decisions
that are being made about your life.
that are being made in your life.
that are being made about your life.
Hello, how are you? Great, thanks a bunch.
Thank you. Have a good day.
No way. What?
Technology Act programs, device demonstrations, and loans. Welcome. We are pleased to share information with you about state and territory Assistive Technology Act programs. There is one in every state and U.S. territory, including yours. Assistive technology programs offer services to help people with disabilities of any age overcome barriers to education, employment, and community living. Their mission is to increase access to and acquisition of assistive technology, or AT. What is assistive technology? AT is any piece of equipment used to improve the functional capabilities of people with disabilities, helping people do the things they want or need to do. AT helps with learning, living, playing, and working. AT helps with hearing and seeing. AT can be products as complex as computers operated with eye controls, customized motorized wheelchairs, and speech generating devices. AT can also include products that are less complex to help with everyday tasks, such as reachers, adapted pencil grips, and magnifiers. When we talk about AT, we also remember that there are services that may be needed to help select and use an AT device. Two of the services that AT programs offer help people make a decision about whether AT will help. These services are device demonstration and device lending. Although AT programs offer other services as well, this video will focus on device demonstration and device lending. An AT device demonstration lets people see, touch, try, and learn about a particular device or group of devices to help them make an informed choice about whether AT will help them do something they otherwise couldn't do or do as easily. During a device demonstration, an expert, not a salesperson, familiar with the technology, will compare the features and benefits of a particular AT device or category of devices for an individual or small group of individuals in real time. Contact your state or territory AT Act program to arrange for a demonstration. The demonstration may be face-to-face at a site like a device demonstration center, or maybe a demonstration that is conducted virtually over the internet. Now that you've seen and learned a bit more about the AT you are interested in, let's find out about how you can borrow it for a short-term loan. Borrowing the device is another step in figuring out if it will work for you. Trying AT in your own environment will help you know for certain that it will meet your needs before purchasing or acquiring it. You can also borrow if your AT is in the shop. Doing a training and need some AT? You can borrow AT for these purposes as well. Borrowing AT is easy, but the process varies by state and territory. Borrowing is usually completely free. You can get help deciding what to borrow and about how to borrow by contacting your AT program. State AT programs offer other services as well. These include services to help you learn more about AT options, locate service providers for assessment and training, find and acquire previously owned devices, usually at low or no cost, or explore ways to fund or purchase the AT you need. Visit at3center.net/state program to find the program near you.
It's so nice to see our friends from FSM and Palau who are able to sit together and not have to wear any masks because they're COVID free.
Wonderful. How
Right.
lucky they are.
So just a quick incentive, if you stick it out with us for the next 2 workshops, you will receive, every single participant is a winner. So you're going to receive another surprise package mailed out to you or dropped off to you, or you can swing by our GSAT office to pick them up. You let us know what is most convenient for you. For those of you that are here on Guam, we can deliver. But for those of you who are our neighboring islands, we'll make sure that we mail them to you. So stick it out for 2 more days and you get a surprise.
I love it, Anna. We're all winners. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, it's 7:30, so we'll get started again. And Jane has asked the question, are there assessment checklists for education programs for the public? And so I guess, Jane, I'm going to need you to chime back in. Do you mean for the public to use like in like community rec programs and like Girl Scouts and things like that? Or help me understand the question.
Yes, I offer a free hunter safety class. And so some of our participants, well, a couple have been limited mobility, but I don't know how to assess before they come to the class because they actually just came to the class, even though we had pre-registration. They just came, and so I wasn't as prepared as I should. But I was able to accept the student and then, do some modifications and able to work with him to take an exam and pass the class. So that was like great success. But I don't know, like, there are going to be so many different ages and people maybe taking the course. How do I assess them in enough time before the class starts?
Right. I think, Jane, honestly, I think I guess, I always joke with my college students that for almost every question in education, the answer is it depends. And so, if you're willing to take on the responsibility, and it sounds like, at least in this particular case, you were, of helping with the assessment, then I think take a look at, I would say start with a set. That it's the student in your class. It's the environment that they're going to be in. It's going to be the tasks that they're doing while they're in your environment. And then that's where we then look at the tools. And so I think stick with us through the rest of this. I bet, Jane, you could maybe really be, a groundbreaker in that you could modify these forms to fit your program. And then what you could do is, you got to love people. You made me laugh whenever you said, and they just showed up. You know what? I literally had a kiddo on parent teacher night, the night before school started, just show up with his parent. I had no documents for him, and he was within our district. And so I understand, I've been there, and the challenges that come with that are tremendous. But, if you could come up with, a modified set, I would still keep Joy Zabala on it, see on the bottom, on the bottom of the form where it says it. I would still, keep that on there, and then just put modified to meet the needs of your program. But that could be something you could write out, what the environment is, where they're going to be, are they able to sit? Are they able to stand? Do they have to do either for long periods of time? Is there walking involved? And then for the task, what do they do within, because you mentioned a test as well. And so what do they have to do? And then they could tell you about themselves under the student part. Do you see what I'm saying? And so, and then resources, you can recommend, certainly, I think almost any AT ACT program is open to having just about anybody attend. And so, like, in the future, if GSAT puts on something, they could certainly attend that. And then something I'm about to share, so it kind of goes along with that, Jane. First of all, let me tell you how lucky your participants are. That number one, you're here, and that number two, you're willing to work with them. Because our adults with disabilities face even more isolation than do our students. At least our students have, a place to go where accommodations and modifications have to occur. And so thank you for doing that. But yes, I think you could easily do that. And then just kind of watch through the rest of our documents today, because I'd be willing to bet you, we're going to go much deeper into features and feature matching. But it could definitely be something that you could have, especially because if it's a person you don't know really well, that's where you're going to rely on them to do part of the assessment, so that way, and the observation, so that way they can give you information about themselves. And certainly, I would challenge you all that when all of the different forms that we've talked about up until now, if you have a student who can participate in filling out parts of, especially about who they are and what they see the barriers are, can you imagine the wealth of information you could get from them on the observation parts of your documents? And so years ago, I saw a documentary, and I don't remember the name of it. I'll try to think of it, but it was parents of a child with a disability, and the parents said that their philosophy was based on their child's perspective, and it was nothing about me without me. And so when decisions are being made, you need to include me in on it. And, as a sibling, I'll tell you that sometimes that's hard. I'll put my family hat on. Sometimes that's hard because, Michael wants his case manager to be a pretty lady. That's his preference. And so when his case manager switched and it was, an older gentleman who was fabulous at his job, Michael's like, I don't want you. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to let you have that kind of input. But for other kinds of input, certainly, I think that is definitely something. So Jane, excellent. And so, and hold that thought for training, because like I shared with you, I'm going to send Leah the information about this upcoming webinar, but let me share this resource with you. So please get out your weighted pencils. I've lost my weighted pencil. And take this website down. Here's my weighted pencil. This is the National Center on Accessible Educational Materials. Now, it used to be called the National Center on Accessible Instructional Materials. So it used to be the word AIM, AIM. But the AIM Center provides tech assistance, coaching, and resources to increase the availability and use of accessible educational materials and technologies for learners with disabilities across the lifespan. So while this is not, maintained by GSAT or the AT Act programs, this is definitely a resource that you all can absolutely access. And so, Jane, this might be where you could, find some things there too. I would I encourage you to spend time. Thank you, Michelle, for sharing the name of it in the chat room, so that when I go on, if you think, oh, I really should have written that down. But so, okay, so why accessible materials impact. Now take a look at the center events. A webinar on this is the one that I was talking about on April 29th. So you can just go on here, aem.cas.org, and it's decision making and students who need accessible formats. And what drew my attention to this, and I hope that you all will be lifelong learners. I mean, I know a lot about AT and accessible educational materials, but take a look at the description of the, number one, look at who one of the presenters is. It's Joy Zabala. I will line up to hear Joy Zabala talk. But so many students with disabilities encounter barriers when using text-based materials. When I read the term text-based materials, my mind immediately goes to general ed curricula, doesn't it? Now, some students with visual disabilities that make it difficult to see text and images. Others are unable to read or derive meaning from text alone because of a learning disability. Still others are unable to hold the materials. These students and others with related disabilities need accessible formats. What actions need to be taken so that learners who need accessible formats receive them, look at this, in a timely manner. Did we not find out that that's required by the IDEA, is that we cannot delay in the implementation of AT. Join us for an updated overview on the team making decision process. Everyone, I'm going to be there. I hope you all will be too. Now, if you want to attend, man, please get on and do it now, because only 500 people can attend. All right. Definitely something to think about, and absolutely positively a great resource to add to what we've already talked about. Oh, absolutely, absolutely, Jane. And you know what, Jane, please, you've got my contact information. Please stay in touch, because I would love to continue to hear about how and what you come up with. Because again, what we hope for in this sharing of information is that we educate more than just our education team, that more information can go out. So thank you, Laura, for putting in the websites. Are the webinars, you know what, this is why I thought of you all whenever, isn't that funny? You all have become part of my life. and part of my consideration for things. When I got this email, I immediately thought of you all that are attending these workshops, because I can't tell you how many people I shared with you with how impressed I am with the desire to increase your knowledge on better supporting your students through assistive technology. You all impressed me tremendously last week, and then certainly continue to do so this week. And so what I like about this is you need to register for it. So please, I mean, while I'm talking, maybe hop on if you can open up another window and register. It's a real quick registration form. Then if you can't attend, if you don't want to get up, I think Leah told me, I don't know, would it be 4 a.m. your time? 3 a.m. your time. It's going to be early for you all. But if you can't get up within a week's time of Joy Zabala's presentation on the National Center for AIM, they will at 5 a.m. Bless your hearts. That's true. And you're right, Fauna. I'm going to get this time change down. And then next year, I'm not going to have to worry about it because I'm going to come there. And so I'll be in your time chain and in your time zone. But so if you can't get up at that time, there's no worries with that, because they'll send you a link to the recorded webinar. Now, the challenge with the recorded webinar certainly is if you have, a burning question or a great question like Jane just asked, you won't be able to do it if you're watching it as a recording, but you'll still be able to get the information. And so I think that anytime we can attend something, especially when we know the quality of the speaker. I mean, Joy Zabala is one of the gurus in assistive technology and documentation of the quiet process through assistive technology. And so, boy, we need to clear our calendars to be able to attend. And so I was thrilled when I got that email. And then I'm so glad we were meeting tonight so that I could share it, because I really anticipate those 500 are going to fill up pretty quickly. So if you have time, and my challenge would be, if you can't do it, or you would like a para to attend, maybe consider inviting a para to sign up for it, and then asking the para to take notes and bring it to you. Because again, I over the break really, thought a lot about the statement about burnout. In special education, that's one of our biggest challenges, is burnout. And we burn out for a lot of reasons. And research indicates a lot of them. What I find interesting with the quiet is the 7th step of quiet is administrative support. And that's why I'm so thankful that we have some administrators attending, because one of the things research indicates is that a factor in burnout for teachers is lack of administrator support. And so, so I'm hoping that you all do have it. And if you don't have it, especially with AT, that you can start turning the tide, because you're going to bring them information like what we've shared so far. And two, I think, it's hard to argue with good practice. And so far, you have resources for documenting consideration in a high quality manner. You now have documentation on how to observe within your classroom settings, or whatever setting you're in. And so we can certainly, go to our administrators. I agree, administrative and teacher support, Kurt, is so important. And I will share with you, just between us, that I am a retired special ed teacher. I could have stayed on for a couple of more years, but we had change in administration, and the administration did not get it. And it made for very difficult days for me. I truly, in my entire career, never felt like I worked a day in my life. I loved what I did, but it became very difficult at the end, and it had nothing to do with my students, nothing to do with their families, and everything to do with administration. And so I think that that burnout is something that we need to think about, and we need to do self-care, like we said, and we need to, I agree completely, Kurt, that it's a team effort. And one of the ways that we take care of each other is by sharing the wealth of responsibilities, including going to workshops. So, all right, let's talk about features of assistive technology, okay? Because what we need to understand with features is this. We've just talked about different types. I went through the different categories that GSAT has listed, and they have it in their library of devices that you can borrow. They're all listed under those 8 different categories. Like I said, though, please don't, there can be lots of discussion over whether should it fall under this category, should it fall under this category. What we now need to do is we need to switch gears from the categories and the specific kinds that I've mentioned. I'm so sorry, allergies are killing me this year. So let's talk about the different features that I'm going to kind of challenge you on as we continue through this session today. And the first one is portability and weight. So let's think about our 2 communication devices that we saw. When we look at the Logan Prox Talker communicator, that was the device that looked about this big, and it had the 5 different buttons with the icons on it. Okay, then the GoTalk 9 Plus, we're talking it's about this big, and pretty easy. And in fact, the GoTalk, let me go back. No. Here we go, the GoTalk. Can you see where for the feature of portability, the GoTalk's fabulous, isn't it? It even has a handle so that we can grab onto it and easily carry it. You can see even a 5-year-old carrying it through. Now, along with portability is the weight. How much does it weigh? And certainly both of these devices have batteries in it. And we know that the moment we put a battery in it, it increases the weight. And so the question then becomes, we have a child with a communication need, and now we're giving them a device that, again, we kind of want, and John, thank you, comfort, ease of use, adaptability, multiple use applications for persons with disabilities, absolutely. So lots and lots of features to consider. And so with portability and weight, one of our goals is to help our students be as independent as possible. And so we want them to be able to carry the device. So then the question becomes, between the choice between the Prox Talker versus the GoTalk 9, we might want to consider the GoTalk 9 if the student can carry it like that. Now, in all reality, the Prox Talker communicator can be put into a bag or a backpack and carried from one class to another, can't it? So do you see where there are lots of different ways to deal with portability and weight? Now, I'll tell you that the iPad with the LAMP app, or whatever communication app that you would choose to put on the iPad, first of all, an iPad weighs a couple of pounds, and it's pretty concentrated weight, isn't it, if you think about picking up an iPad and carrying it, throughout a school. Certainly one of the recommendations, any of the iPads with communication apps that we bought for my grant, we also included, and this is something to consider when you write your grants to pay for devices, is that we need to consider an OtterBox, because that goes to the next one of durability. We want it to be able to get bumped around, don't we? Our kids are rough with things. But what's nice about if you get an OtterBox or any type of protective case, you can order a strap that the student can wear and carry it on either in front of them or on the side, like on their hip. One of the students in my dissertation had an iPad with a LAMP app, and he had a strap, and he just kept it on his hip. And again, LAMP stands for Language Acquisition for Motor Planning. And truly what the LAMP device is designed for is you learn where you press things. It's kind of like us learning where keys are on a keyboard. Same thing for the LAMP app. And my student literally could, I won't stand up, but he had it on his hip. He would just press it without even looking to have a statement made. And he knew how to navigate it without looking at it. It was fabulous. But it made it very portable. Now, one of the challenges was, I don't know if I shared this story with you last time, but we have Special Olympics summer games. And they are, well, not with COVID, but when COVID isn't here, it's actually on the OSU campus. The students get to stay in dorms. They come in the week after the college students go home, and they sleep in the dorms for 2 nights. It starts on a Wednesday and ends on a Friday. And so the student and his parents would come in for Special Olympics. Well, sure enough, the student saw a bounce house across, the green, and took off running for the bounce house. And his teacher yelled at him, and let's say his name was John, said, "John, take your iPad off before you get in the bounce house." John took it off with the strap and he threw it. And unfortunately, the first point of contact for that iPad with the lamp app was a tree. No OtterBox is strong enough to take on a hit like that. And so it shattered the screen. And so then they had to, go into durability. They had to work out. Luckily, they had insurance on it, so they were able to get it fixed. But so durability is the second one, and that's something to consider. I'll tell you that since I've been working for the AT Act here in Oklahoma, one of the very first workshops I did, they had a watch that kiddos could wear. And you could program in, it would buzz to remind them of something, like go to the bathroom, like it's time to change centers. And it would buzz and give them feedback. And there was, a clock on it too. I got so excited. I was like, oh, I wish I would have had this in my classroom. I would have had everybody on a watch. And yet what happened is that just like with GSAT, people started borrowing it to trial it, and they found that the durability of it was very poor. And so the AT Act program here in Oklahoma took it off their shelves for borrowing. And now we have a newer one. I haven't gotten to see it yet, but I've heard there's a newer one because everybody knew how excited I was over, talk about a nice, that you don't have to set a timer on your desk or on the student's desk. I'm all about anything that doesn't make a student stick out. Okay, and certainly, having a watch on your wrist that buzzes, that like vibrates whenever a message needs to be given to the student, I'm all about. But it's got to work and it's got to be durable. Certainly with a watch like that, you would want it to be waterproof. A kind of funny story with my brother, and he goes through watches a lot because he has digital with the big face on it because he's visually impaired. But my sister Pat made a point of buying him one that was supposedly waterproof. And then she took him to a pool, and she has a video of my brother looking at his watch and sticking his hand into the water, and then looking at his watch to make sure it's still working, and then sticking it in the water. And so I don't know how durable it was after he did those trials several times, but I think it was still working. Certainly another example or feature of AT is text to speech. So that can be, that the text comes off the computer and is read to me. It can also be there are pens that you run over the text and the pen will speak to you. So text to speech is a feature of assistive technology. Now, there are some things to think about with, and then there is the other one, which is speech to text, where I speak in, it's like Dragon naturally speaking. I speak and it prints out what I've said. Certainly we've gotten very spoiled, haven't we? We carry AT right here, okay? I have speech to text right here on my phone. I can, if I need to take notes on something while I'm driving, I turn on notes, I hit the speech to text, and I just dictate, right? And so the challenge though is with either text to speech or speech to text is this, and it's going to come up later whenever we talk about the case study. What does the environment need to be for the student to be able to process text to speech or speech to text? Remember in our observation form, it asked, is the classroom loud? Right? Something just to consider with it. It's a fabulous feature, but sometimes the reality of the feature being used in the classroom can change the way we look at the feature. Okay. Oh, Kurt, you said those don't work very well, the pens. Okay, you know what, Kurt? I'm going to look up one because I just trialed one, and I really liked it. I'll over lunch break, I'll try to find the one that I trialed because it worked really well. But it, again, it depends. And two, let's go back to who's troubleshooting, who's charging it, who's making sure that it works. And then, John, you are absolutely right. Environmental noise is huge when we talk about features. And so it is not as easy as saying, oh, Kurt couldn't. Okay, Kurt, you just brought up a very good point with the pens, is that they couldn't line it up properly, number one. So that goes to, it's, if these are kiddos who have a problem with reading, now you've also identified that they have a problem with supporting the fine motor needs to make it work. Because Kurt, I don't have fine motor issues, and I am skilled at using that pen. So you're absolutely right. And then the voice was too robotic. We've come a long way in with assistive technology. There is a subcategory called augmentative and alternative communication, AAC, which is for communication. And we've come a really long way with AAC devices and with the voices. I think most of you all are familiar with Stephen Hawking's. I got to attend a workshop or a conference in Portugal years ago with an organization called ISAC, which is the International Society of Augmentative and Alternative Communication, ISAC. And their conference was in Lisbon, Portugal. The keynote speaker, everyone, was Stephen Hawking. Now, he didn't come in person. He back then, Zoom was something we none of us were familiar with. He zoomed in. Oh, I know, Kui, can you believe it? It gives me goosebumps to talk about it. And he used his AAC device, his speech generated device, to give the talk. Interestingly, what he did though is, believe it or not, Stephen Hawking's, up until the time he died, used the robotic voice. I don't know if you all ever realized that. He never switched. He was from England. And there are actually, devices now, speech generated devices that are in a British accent, that are in Australian accents. I attended a workshop while I was at Isaac in Portugal, and the woman who was speaking was from Australia. And she was quite angry though, because her device had kind of malfunctioned and she had to use the British voice instead of the Australian voice. And she started with, "This is not my voice." And none of us would have noticed. But Stephen Hawking said that the reason he's maintained the robotic voice was because that's what everyone was used to. When you heard Stephen Hawking's talk, you accepted that the robotic voice was his voice. So he never switched, even though technology advanced to a point where he could have had a British accent. And so you're right. I agree that those pens, maybe, Kurt, maybe in our career, we'll have pens that we can program to say it'll be a boy's voice or a girl's voice. Because certainly whenever let's go back to like the ProxTalk or Communicator or the GoTalk, when you are putting in the messages, if you are putting a message in for a girl, it needs to be a girl's voice. And if you put it in for a boy, it needs to be a boy's voice. And so I agree that, the robotic part of that can kind of turn kids off, can't it? And now, okay, I'm all about stories, but a funny story with, I had a speech generated device for a 17-year-old boy in my classroom. And I had been working with him. He was another one of my students who had tremendous developmental delays. And all I was trying to get him to do was to hit a one message device. It's called a Big Mac switch. And I wanted him to ask, I never did it during lunch because lunch was serious for him, but I provided him two snacks, morning and afternoon. And I would want him to, we would do hand over hand. He would hit the switch and it would say, can I have some more milk, please? His mother only wanted him drinking white milk. And so I would sit in front of him with the milk and the straw, and then I had a para sit behind him. And sometimes we would switch, and he would hit the device. And as soon as he said it, I would give him a sip of milk. I would then say, okay, we're stopping, and I would pull it away. And in a carton of milk, I would get maybe 3 hits. And so I was pretty happy with, you know, we did it twice a day, 3 times each. So six trials every day on this speech generated device. Well, because I had a lot of those one-hit wonders, but it somehow got reprogrammed at some point, and my son was home visiting from college. So I brought it home, and I thought, I'm going to have my son put his voice on it, because this kid's a 17-year-old kid in my classroom, and my son was maybe 19. And I thought, oh, you know, that'll be a nice voice to hear. So as I'm handing the device, and my son was quite used to it, I handed him the speech generated device, and I said, please, Gabe, will you put this message on there saying, you know, can I have some more milk, please? And Gabe goes, that's kind of a funny message. And I said, and so I explained, I said, you know, I'm trying to teach this student the power of being able to say, I want something, because nobody had ever done that with this 17-year-old before then. And I said, Gabe, I just really feel like, my son's name is Gabriel, I really think that I can do this. And he goes, Mom, he's not going to like you very much, because people have always just given him a drink, and now you're making him ask for one. He's going to be pretty mad at you. And I said, okay, I'm all right with that. And so I left the room. So he you know, programs it in, and he puts it in my work bag. And I didn't listen to it. I get to work the next day. Again, kind of like the story I told you last week about the father. We sit down to do the snack and the milk, and I'm holding the milk. My paraeducator helps the student hand over hand hit the switch, and it's my son's voice. And instead of saying, can I have some milk, please? It is my son saying, look, lady, give me some milk now. And, the whole room went quiet. And I was like, I'm going to kill my son. And my student, though, and this is the thing, you know, we have always got to presume confidence in all of our students, because as soon as my student, who again tests cognitively at a 9-month-old level, he burst out laughing when he heard it. This student understands everything that's going on around him. And so I let us use that day. And then I had another student come in, another male student, who actually followed directions and asked him to reprogram it. But so, okay, so text to speech and speech to text. All right, another feature of assistive technology is word prediction. These are all things that we all should be nodding our heads going, oh yeah, I know word prediction. I mean, how many times have you said, darn autocorrect on our phones? You know, I didn't mean to say that. But word prediction on a device can be an effective strategy for our students. Now, there is a form of augmentative and alternative communication called facilitated communication, where a support person holds a device, and the person with a disability will type in their message. It's kind of controversial. Isaac, believe it or not, doesn't support it, because the question then becomes, who's doing the work? Is it the support person or the person typing in? But I will tell you that there are 2 men, and their names are Larry and Tracy. And here's a documentary you've got to go look up and watch. I think it's on Netflix. It is called, let me pull up chat real quick, and I'll put it in the chat. Let's see if I can type while I do this. Oh, hang on. I need to send this out to everyone. Okay, the documentary is called, you're going to kind of chuckle over it. It's called Wretches and Jabberers. And it's a story about 2 men who use assistive technology to communicate. One of them is probably in his 60s now, and that's Larry. Larry's one of my favorite people. They go to conferences, especially to conferences, AT conferences, and present. Larry, one time he was in a conference and they were presenting, and Tracy was presenting using his speech communication device. And suddenly Larry started typing. And then he hit the speak button. And Larry goes, look, I'm sick of sitting in this hard chair. I'm going to the bar. If you want to talk to me, come have a bud with me. And he left. And so that Larry's my kind of guy. But very interestingly, in one of the sessions, I asked why neither of them used word prediction. Because in their workshops, you actually see what they're typing up on they like put it up on a big screen. They don't use word prediction, and they've both said it's because it distracts them, that they prefer not to. And so what I want you to think about with all of these features is that, again, we need to know our student and know, is that something that they would like? Certainly either an external or an on-screen keyboard. Okay, and we can all kind of, we all use laptops, and you might have actually used, one where you have to type on the screen. What is the student most comfortable with? And then I would also say that there are tons of external adaptive keyboards. Dictation is certainly another feature, and that goes to speech to text. Now, the question then becomes, will the dictation understand the student? With Dragon Naturally Speaking, I don't know if you've ever used that before, but when you do, I used it with several of my students back in 2011. I'm sure it's improved since then, knowing technology. But what we would have to do is they would say a sentence, Dragon Naturally Speaking would dictate it onto the computer, and if it missed a word, you could go back in and retype it in and save it, and Dragon Naturally Speaking slowly caught on to the speech patterns of the student, so that they would know when they say this is what happens. And of course, like on our phones, when people leave us voicemails, although isn't it funny that, okay, I don't know how many young people we have listening, but it's been my experience that young people don't like to leave voicemail messages. They'd rather do a text. But with voicemail messages, that's a dictation device. And so, to say it's AT, sometimes we think, oh, AT has to be for somebody with a disability, when actually it's for all of us. And then finally, another feature that we need to consider is battery life. Okay, and how long does it take to charge? And are we charging it? Are we making sure that it is completely plugged in before we go home at night? All right, so those are all features, and please hang on to those thoughts, because now we're going to move on to putting them into practice. Okay, this is again another one of our Joy Zabala fabulous documents, and this is the set. So the student environment, now we've gone to student environment task and tools, scaffold for tool selection. And so now we're going to start identifying tools. Okay, and so in this case, this is where we would say the student's name and then the area of established need, and it refers you back to the observation set form. And this would be where we would say, what's the area of established need? And specifically under that, we would put the task. So for a student, we would put writing. We would put communicating. We would put participating in PE. All right. And so, what we need to, again, oh, I'm taking a break. Marsha, my daughter just started using voice texting in Google Docs, as well as the feature in Google Slides. Lots of errors to go back and correct, but I think time will get easier. I am so pleased. And absolutely, Marsha, a key is a high quality external microphone is key. And so thank goodness for how lucky your daughter is. And do you notice that, Marsha's saying it's within Google Docs and Google Slides. That's what schools are using with our kids. And so how awesome, Marsha, for your daughter to be able to fully participate in creating Google Docs and Google Slides with her peers, and with her teachers being able to see them, and then using voice texting to do it. So I'm so pleased. And wow, I'd really love to hear back from you, Marsha, in the future, to let me know how, because the thing is, one of the only things we can count on in life is change, right? And in AT, that's why I admire the GSAT staff more than I can put into words, because they have got to, they are constantly out there looking for what else is there and what are the new things. And again, let's go back to features and consider all of them. And do we want to bring it into our lending library, or is it something that we might want to trial first to see if it's something that we would want to count on as one of our key things. But so, all right, so on this set, tool selection, what we do is, Marcia, you ended up purchasing a headphone mic set. Now that is too funny, Marcia. I don't know if everyone can see that on the chat, that Marcia bought the headphone and mic set at a GameStop. Okay, I don't know, Leah, have you thought of using GameStop as a resource? I never have. Now I'm kind of scared to go in GameStops, but now maybe I will, to go take a look at what they have. Because again, assistive technology, just like our weighted pencil, doesn't have to be unique. And in fact, how many of us have found that the moment we put them, the moment a manufacturer puts the word educational on an item, what does it do to the price? It usually, increases it tremendously. And so I'd rather go to a GameStop and buy it and see if it works. So yeah, I agree, Jerry. Nice. Yeah, Jack. Absolutely. Isn't Ross a hit or a miss? I love going to Ross and having them say, did you find everything you wanted? Well, how did I know what I wanted? Ross tells me what I want. I don't tell Ross what I want. And so, but yet Ross is still one of my favorite stores. And so I really like you guys. No, we have not looked into GameStop, but we'll consider. I agree, Leah. That might be some, so maybe Marcia, if you could share exactly, with Leah what you got. And then let's, maybe we'll go look at it and put that out for, for us to borrow. Because I'm telling you, grantors will write you a check to do good things for students, and they don't really care where you're buying it from. Okay, and if you can make your money go further by buying something at a GameStop or at a Walmart, or changing the whatever, what were they called? They were called rubber O-rings that were suggested into rubber bands. That's what we need to do, because as special ed teachers, that's what we're good at. So, okay, so for the tool selection, what we're going to do is we're going to actually, Jerry, I love it, keep it simple. Sometimes when a specific brand of device is not available, student does not receive the immediate support. And Jerry, that is such a key point, is that we need to not delay in the implementation of the device. Now, we can certainly go low tech until we can afford high tech, because at no time and this will be on my soapbox next week, but I'll start it this week, is at no time do you in the IEP list a specific device. You list the features of the device, so that way it allows you, and I don't want to say wiggle room, but wiggle room, so that way you can provide it. Juana, you're absolutely right. Some support is better than no support. And in fact, when you have a parent who, and I don't know if you have encountered a parent who is litigious yet, who throws the "I'm going to sue you" card. But if you are trying that, well, Jerry, yeah, right there with you. Got some stories. No, I won't share them. But yeah, they're challenging people. When what they do is they challenge us to be our best. And to do our best. And so if we can say, you know what, we're working on getting this device, but until then, this will be the low-tech device that we have found to be effective and supportive. And so I love, Marcia, you are my favorite person right now. There's the link to the gaming headphone, and it's a gaming headphone. And you know what I love about that, Marcia, is that, don't you think, again, when we start talking about these features and bringing in these devices, the moment we bring these devices in, sometimes we're making our kids stick out in a general ed classroom. We're making them appear to be different. And if they're in a general ed classroom, accessing the general ed curriculum, and they're a middle schooler or a high schooler, even an elementary kid, and I would even say, in an early childhood classroom, they don't want to stick out. They don't want to be different. They want to be cool like their friends. And so how fabulous to then use a gaming headphone to do it. And so thank you for sharing that. You guys make me smile. Okay. So what we're going to do is, and I'm watching the time because we got 15 minutes till we take our lunch break, is what we're going to do is, as we walk through this form, we're going to walk through this form a couple of different times, because this is how we will start to make some decisions about what we're going to try, what we're going to trial. So the descriptors would be what needs to be in the device. What does the device need to do to help support our student? And then the tools are the actual devices, and we will do a comparison of, okay, well, this is the device, and then now, okay, and Kurt, I'm reading, we had to swap out an iPad Pro for a funky smaller iPad to a kid for remote learning because the Pro stood out too much. Good for you, Kurt. I just think, you know, there are so many things we do that help our kids blend in, you know, that they become part of their peer group. And it's okay to say they need that to be able to, but it's also nice whenever we can say, and even like with the weighted pencil, have the weighted pencils be available for even kids who aren't diagnosed with a disability, because you know what, sometimes kids without a disability still need some type of assistive tech device. Sometimes we do. We need them. And so very, very important to try to work with it and use the continuum appropriately. Absolutely. Okay, so this is the form that we're going to start with. Okay, so I'm looking at the time. All right, we're going to get into a feature matching. Okay, this form, Zabala doesn't call it that, but basically that's what we're doing, is we're going to do the features, which are the descriptors, and then we're going to match it with some devices. But so hang on, because we're going to practice. The first one we're going to practice is not so serious. Okay, we'll get a little bit into this, and then we'll I promise you we'll take a break. So you all, I've already had dinner here, but you all haven't had lunch, and Michelle said there's a great lunch on Guam, and so that makes me really, really look forward to next year. Okay, so let's practice using kind of a fun example. So everybody just kind of hang on. Okay, you ready? We are going to feature match Prince Charming. Okay, so let's look, and our task is going to be to find the right girl for Prince Charming. Okay, so here are Prince Charming's features. Okay, he is royalty. He's chivalrous. He likes to be the savior. He is committed to his ideas. He's an excellent swordsman. He's a leader. He rides horses. He's a good ballroom dancer. And he has a good sense of humor. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go on Tinder. And we are going to find a couple of ladies to see if we can match what his features are with who they are. Okay. Okay, so let's take a quick look through. This is going to bring back childhood memories for those of you who have watched these movies, or, oh my goodness, if you have grandchildren. I know, Neil, hang on. Okay, I promise we're going to get to a serious one, Neil, and hang on. But this is kind of a good way to lighten it up a little bit. Okay, so that way we can realize that, you know what, we can do this. Okay, so all right, all right, so we have Ariel. Now, so this is where I want you to start thinking, you know, if we go back to Prince Charming, take a quick look at what his features are. Okay, and then now let's look at Ariel. Ariel is royalty. She's rebellious. She's an excellent swimmer. She loves singing. She likes to collect things. And she likes adventure. Okay, so I want you to kind of think about where we're going with this. Okay, now Jasmine, she too is royalty. She's very independent. She is self-sufficient, which really kind of goes along with independence, right? She also, kind of like Ariel, wants adventures. She's very graceful and she's empathetic. Okay, now we go to Belle. I don't know about you all, but I always wanted to be Belle when it came out. Belle, you know, a key with Belle is she is not royalty. She's a nonconformist. Jack's already picked it. Okay, Jack, hang on. She is independent. She is family. You guys are cracking me up. She is family oriented. Belle is very brave. Juana, very good. She loves to read. Belle is compassionate. Okay, and then there's Merida. I love, look at this picture of Merida. Merida is royalty. She is a tomboy. She is skilled in archery. However, Merida is pampered. Okay, she is quick-witted and she is viewed as being very feisty. We then have Cinderella. Cinderella is non-royalty. She's friendly. She's obedient. She is adventurous. Cinderella is a hard worker. We know based on the ball she went to that she's a good dancer. We also know she's down to earth. All right. I love it, Ashley. You weren't expecting Disney and DreamWorks tonight, huh? I have switched you all. Y'all probably have whiplash. We have gone from Joy Zabala to Disney and DreamWorks. Okay. And then there's Fiona. Fiona's royalty, insecure, headstrong, skilled fighter, self-sufficient, but God bless Fiona. If you remember, Fiona, that to Tinder, you're right, Neil. I put y'all out on Tinder, huh? But God bless Fiona. She wants to be rescued. Okay, so you guys are cracking me. I love the chat. I truly have bragged about you all for the last week. That you all are the group. We have overcome the Zoom meetings into being so much more interactive, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. So, okay, so here's our form. So the first thing you would do on our form is as the descriptors, we're pretty much just describing our Prince Charming. I know, Laura, where is Moana? You know what? I need to kick this back to the student helper who did this. And you know what? Next year, Moana will be on it because look at who my audience is. You know, it definitely, you know what I should do? I should challenge y'all. Okay, all right, this is your challenge over lunch, everyone. Moana does not need a prince. But you know, really, most of those ladies don't need a prince. You know, wouldn't we all be able to say that? But okay, this is my challenge for you all. Can I give you all a challenge? Take a look at our set list right here. We've got room to put Moana on the bottom. Okay, so this is my challenge for you all. Let's go back up. We pretty much have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Over your lunch break, come back into the chat room and tell me some descriptors of Moana. We'll create Moana. Okay, so that way I can then just tell my student, right, didn't think of that. I'm telling you what, you guys, I love you all. Jasmine and Cinderella. Okay, Benedict, hold on. You're getting ahead, but you're maybe so. Okay, so here's what we've come up with. You guys are the advanced group. Okay, here's the prince has royalty. He enjoys nice gestures from others. He likes to be helped. He's supportive. He goes with the flow. The prince likes animals. He likes dancing, and he has a good sense of humor. So, okay, we're going to plug it in. Here we go, everybody. Okay, so let's see. Prince likes to be a savior, and Cinderella's always in bad situations. No kidding. But okay, if we solely use numbers, you know, my quant friend Claudia loves this part of this presentation. If we solely use numbers, who would be the best match? All right, my daughter wanted to Jack. So you gave her a mop. Cinderella. You're absolutely right. That Cinderella is. Okay, so let me challenge you. Who would be the least likely to be matched with the prince? The least likely to be matched. Fiona, absolutely. That God bless Fiona. Yeah, and really, if you think about it, you could never really see Fiona and the prince making a good match, could you? So absolutely. So okay, so we've got 5 minutes before the break. Truly, the least is Merida as well. Absolutely, Merida is not. Poor Fiona. I agree. That I agree too. Merida is not a good match whenever we look at this. Now, what I want to challenge you for, though, is this. Let me challenge you. When we look at features, because, and this is where, like I talked about in the beginning with the different, the two different kinds of research, there's qualitative and there's quantitative. There's actually mixed as well, but let's just stick with our two, quantitative and qualitative. Quantitative, this is a very easy document to look at number-wise, isn't it? We all came up with, yep, definitely Cinderella as the one who is the best match, and definitely not Merida or Fiona. But now here's my question for you before the break. I'll leave you with this thought. What if the most important feature was royalty? If we said the most important feature was royalty, who would you choose? Go back to the numbers, but use the filter of royalty. Okay, but I like that, but she looks like Diana. Ariel, absolutely. And nobody mentioned Ariel before, right? And so can you see where when we actually start getting into the nuts and bolts of looking at a case study, which we'll do after the break, this is going to be our challenge, is let's talk through that what's the most important feature that has to be there, and it might not meet the other things. So all right, everyone, we're at 8:28. Okay, so please, oh please, can I ask you all, if you don't mind, I never want to ask you to do homework, especially over your lunch break, but come back with some features of Moana. Okay, so that way we can build another character in here, because I would love to go back to my student worker and have her add Moana. Please, and yeah, I agree, Candace. Merida is one of my favorites. So all right, everybody, enjoy your lunch break, and we will see you back here at 12:30. All right, thanks so much. We'll see you in a bit. Enjoy your lunch. And if you have any questions, type them into the chat before or up until the time we get back. All right, thanks everyone. Okay, so I need everybody to remember, is Moana, I mean, I've seen it several times with my granddaughter. Let's ask Siri. Let's ask. I think she is. Maybe. Inquiring minds want.
She's a chief's daughter.
Yes. So we would consider that royalty.
Yeah, in the Polynesian, it's considered royalty.
Yes, it's saying. Okay, very good. All right. Let's find us a Disney princess. Aha, and according to disneyprincess.fandom.com, Moana is the 12th official Disney princess. And it's okay, Neil. I mean, we gotta figure this all out. And so, okay. So, all right, everyone, it is 9:30, so welcome back. Thank you all so much for the input on Moana. Okay, Victoria, yeah, it is a Jeopardy question. That is right, Neil. Adventurous likes animals. Let me put that one down, because what I'll do is I'm going to have my college student factor these all down. Likes animals, sing and dance. We have sing and dance. Swimmer, goal-driven, ambitious. Who has a chicken? I love the chicken. The chicken, Hey Hey, isn't that his name? That he is just the funniest one on there. The ocean has her back. Absolutely, she's a great navigator. Man, it does remember the chicken. Yep. So all right, very good. I think we can definitely add her onto it. And so now, if we take a quick look at the list, if I were to put Moana here, okay, so we're going to check royalty. Enjoys nice gestures from others. Probably yes. Hey Hey's the chicken and Pua is the piglet. Yep. I think we could say she enjoys nice gestures. Yes. She likes to be helped. Certainly, she insists on being helped. Supportive, goes with the flow, likes animals, likes this. I think she might be a contender for our Tinder match. And so thank you all so much for our newest princess to add to that feature matching activity. And I appreciate everyone's willingness to hang in there with me on kind of a silly one, because now now that we're back, we're gonna look at a case study. Okay, so here we go. Here's what we're going to look at with the form. We're going to practice using a more serious example. All right, so here's a student, a 9th grade student with muscular dystrophy, who has limited strength, which has grown more pronounced. Now, what we know about, I had a student in my last several years that I taught in Enid with muscular dystrophy. Realize that, if you've never had a student with muscular dystrophy, you realize that there are several forms of muscular dystrophy. So it's really important to understand which form a student has. Here's another documentary. Let me put it in the chat box. I love documentaries, especially ones that are so well done. Another documentary that I would encourage you to watch, if you haven't, is a documentary called Darius Goes West. It is a documentary about a young man with muscular dystrophy from Athens, Georgia. He lived in very low socioeconomic status, and he formed a friendship with young men in a summer camp for kids with disabilities. And what I like, there are many things I like about the documentary. One of them is that this summer camp is for kids with all disabilities. Darius, it was not even discussed what his academic ability was, I believe, based on just the documentary, that he did not have any learning delays, that it was the muscular dystrophy, but realized that Darius had what is called Duchenne muscular dystrophy, or DMD. Duchenne is the only form of muscular dystrophy that is fatal. And Darius actually outlived all expectations. But it's a really fun documentary that what I love about it is it shows what true friendship and what inclusion looks like. And it shows some real needs for assistive technology. And so please enjoy that. I think that's on Netflix as well. But if you Google it, you'll find it. So, okay, so what we know about kiddos with muscular dystrophy is this, that regardless what form it is progressive. All right, so wherever we are today, we're not going to be there in a year from now. We're going to have more needs. Now, the environments identified in our case study is that it is both in our student's classroom and in his home. I'm calling him a him mainly because of my experience with my student who is male, and then Darius is male. And I believe that muscular dystrophy primarily impacts men, or young men, or males. All right, so the task Remember how we have to have the set? So it's the student, the environment, and now the task. By the end of the school year, the student will be able to independently write essays and papers, and realize that the student is a ninth grader. So we're talking probably length on essays and papers. All right, so here we go. So we've got the set at the top, and then we have a continuum. And so we go from the lowest tech all the way up to high tech. All right. And so the suggestions that were brainstormed up whenever we created this case study were, number one, a pencil grip. Kind of like what was, suggested earlier, how do I help a student hold a pencil? The next one is a writing bird, which I shared. I really like writing birds. I had several students who were very, very successful with writing birds. And then the ability to type written work, because certainly that is usually like a portable word processor. I had several portable word processors in my classroom that I bought with a grant. Again, stick with me for next week, and I will help you figure out ways to get them funded. But I really liked portable word processors as an AT device in my classroom, mainly because they were, again, kind of like I talked about the dedicated device for communication systems. A portable word processor is also a dedicated device. Students can't jump on the internet. They can't jump on YouTube. All they can do is type their paper, and then you can get word processors. And mine, mine was back in 2011, so I'm kind of dating how I did it. But what mine did is we would then have a cable coming out of my printer, and my students who, almost every one of them that used a portable word processor, could walk over, plug it in, hit print, and then it would print out their English assignment for that day that they had worked on. So a portable word processor is merely a keyboard that you type into for the assignment, and then you hit print and it prints. Word prediction, just as I talked about earlier, with my friends Larry and Tracy, not liking word prediction, but word prediction certainly is, especially, well, I don't know, we're going to think about it. Should that be a real consideration for our student with muscular dystrophy, who can become fatigued? Realize that, one of the questions that I asked my PT, again, anytime you have a student with muscular dystrophy, you need a PT involved and then an OT. Certainly with writing, that's where, we would include our fabulous OTs in making some decisions. But one of the things to think about is that kiddos with muscular dystrophy, when they use their muscles, it weakens their muscles. That's the one thing I learned from my PT, because my student was, again, a high school male, kind of wanted to be buff and tough and, act like he could do lots of things. And so at the end of every day, to help our custodian, we would stack chairs in my classroom to save the custodian time. And my student with MD would want to help. And the PT luckily was there one day, because I didn't think that through. And, I didn't have enough base knowledge about muscular dystrophy at that point. But my fabulous PT pointed out that will weaken his muscles. And so we don't do heavy work with our kids with MD, and nor, I think, maybe, even typing. And so would word prediction be something we would want? Then certainly, the ability to speak what is to be written. And so it would be speech to text. All right. And then finally, spell check. All right. And so now let's take a look at the tools. So we have a possible pencil grip. The pencil grip, certainly can enlarge the grasping surface of a writing utensil, but it can't do anything else. A writing bird can again enlarge the grasping surface, and it provides ability to control the pencil without grasping the pencil itself, that you grasp the writing bird and then move it from there. The portable word processor gives us the ability to type written work. It has word prediction built in, and it has spell check. So we got 3 out of the 5 there. And then finally, we have speech to text software, which is the ability to, which provides the ability to type written work, has word prediction, ability to speak what is to be written, and then finally spell check. So now, you know, a couple of things to think about with this. If you were the student's team, if you were on the team and you needed to make a recommendation, I know you all have had lunch, so everybody's tummy is full, or my friends in America, some of you had a late lunch or maybe early dinner or just a really good snack. To be honest, I just finished my granddaughter's ice cream. She loves this certain kind of really good ice cream, and when she spends weekends with me, so I just finished her ice cream. So I got to go to the store tomorrow before she comes. So Leah, thank you for bringing in. Oh, and you know what? Leah, I wonder how, I'm going to stop sharing and I'm going to pull up the chat room. Thank you, Leah, for finding us a picture of the writing bird. I'm going to pull that picture up and, or not. Click to download. Oh, I don't want to download it. Okay, anyway, so yeah, so, you know, certainly the writing bird is there as an option. Oh, PowerPoint slide, here we go. So my question is, in the chat room, can you tell me, what are your thoughts? What would you start with if this student was in your classroom? What would be the first device you would trial with this 9th grader who has to complete written work? And he has to do it both at home and at school. So whatever the device is going to have to be in both spots, either travel with him or be available. So what are your thoughts? Which one would you start with? Any thoughts? All right, so I see portable word processor. Neil, is this assessment? No, this is a trial. This is a trial. So do we know if the student can use it? We're assuming yes, based on this, that yes, that they can use one. So would that be where you would want to start? And that, again, realize that there's no wrong answer. Absolutely no wrong answer with it. So what else do we think? Okay, so we've got writing bird, that's where you'd start, portable word processor. And so yes, is this an assessment? The assessment's going to come. We're going to talk about how we would assess it. This is saying, what would we trial first? Okay, because realize that part of the assessment is we're going to trial it and we're going to see does it work or not, and if it does work, great. Victoria says speech to text, and Nicole, speech to text, although, and I agree completely, Nicole, some students with MD have respiratory concerns. Needed to define writing. He has to write an essay, Neil. He's got to write an essay, get his thoughts onto paper. And you're absolutely right, though, that truly, you know, we need to say maybe a 3-page paper or a 1,500 word paper. Generally, an average page in an English class has 500 words on it. Nicole, you're right. It's a degenerative condition, so preservation of strength is essential. Does it mean pen and paper or writing as he's got to have a written product. So it doesn't matter whether it's pencil or, and really in our world today, Neil, that's a great question. I'm so glad you've asked it. You know, that in our world today, again, just like we said in observation, what do students without disabilities have to produce? And they have to produce a written work. And, I have, a beloved granddaughter who's in 8th grade, and she writes papers all the time. And what that means for her is that it's word processing. She has a Chromebook, she has a laptop, she hits print. Very rarely does she actually put pen or pencil to paper. However, nowadays I hear when we're working on literacy, I ask, no, I think it's a fabulous question, Neil, that digital literacy, is where we are moving into as teachers. Now, one of my questions would be, and I actually have to ask her because she did her state mandated English test last week and she had to write an essay. And now certainly it can be an accommodation to switch how, kind of like we're looking at here, how a student with a disability gets the written part done. But I don't know if it was on if she did it on a computer or actually had to do pen and paper. I know back in 2011 when I monitored a test for a student with Asperger's, he dictated and I wrote it. Speech to text software like in Microsoft Word to write an essay or take notes with the dictate option. And Ashley, you're absolutely right. What we need to understand with a lot of dictation or speech to text, it's already embedded in Word programs. It isn't considered, well, not considered, it's still considered AT, but it's also there for everyone to use. And so that's absolutely, dictation is a process that we could use with our students within the Word system. Now, the challenge that we're faced with as an AT team, assessment team, is this. Kind of like, going back to our silly example of Tinder, what's most important? And Neil, you have, really said it, it needs to get onto paper. So if it needs to get onto paper, certainly I would say, we can make a decision. And this is a kiddo who's in 9th grade. And so, let me go back to my saying, nothing about me without me. As a 9th grader, to say, hey, listen, we're going to start looking at some assistive technology to help you get this paper written. So you're not taking, not that we can't give him extended time to get the assignment in, but we also don't want him spending 3 days on a 1,500-word essay when it's not that he can't come up with the ideas, but it is merely getting his thoughts onto paper. And so the question then becomes, number one, to the student, which do you prefer? What do you think? Here are 4 possible options. And here are my thoughts whenever it comes to the features of them. Give me your feedback. Now, this might be a student who still wants to write things. To be honest, there's in Darius Goes West, they interview a couple of other families with kiddos with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. And one of the moms talks about how hard it was for her young son to go from walking into using a wheelchair for mobility. And she said, I was so upset by that because I viewed it as such a loss, where he viewed it as so much more freedom because he could move faster, he could keep up with his brothers. He could get around more easily and with less fatigue. So do you see what I'm saying? That I think that we can look at all of these options, but understand that there isn't one simple answer to what's the best one for a 9th grade student with limited strength due to muscular dystrophy. So I don't know the right answer. I know that, again, like I said, almost anything in education, the answer is it depends. So I would certainly start by talking with the student to see. I would talk with the team as well. I would certainly want to know from, if this is an English assignment, I would want to talk with the English teacher. Neil, you think the word processor was likely not going to write forever? I agree. And perhaps a device will grow with him and is adaptable. And I think that's where, again, we need to teach kids to be self-advocates so that the student can understand. In the time that I had my student with muscular dystrophy, he went from walking independently to using a wheelchair. and writing things to using a word processor. And so you're absolutely right, Neil, that you know, to be able to have the student understand that, you know, maybe we need to get really good at, you know, using some type of electronic device to help with it. So those are our thoughts on that, and we'll come back and we'll talk more about that. Key also to speak with the student. That's right. He may not want to be different. You know, and that to me is almost the key point to assessment with AT, is that is it a device? We can come up with the best device in the world, but is it a device they will use? And in fact, my little one who used eye gaze on a computer, who started with me as a 2-year-old, and then she stayed with me through her third, being 3 years old, and then the family moved, which made me really sad. But we had to use with her. She loved the device. Don't get me wrong. She loved the device. She loved the eye gaze. She loved being able to interact with things on it. Because she had cerebral palsy, and her form of cerebral palsy, she had a very weak neck and trunk. And so her head, we had lots of head drop issues. Head drop issues are difficult when you're using eye gaze, and you need to be not only looking at the device, but holding your head steady to look at the device. And so we called in an OT that worked for our AT ACT program, and she suggested what is called a head pod. It's head and then pod, P-O-D. And what it did is it hooked onto the back of her wheelchair. It came up, came to here, and then it was literally, we would fasten it onto her head to hold her head up. It wasn't painful in any way, shape, or form. However, oh my gosh, just like Neil said in the chat room, it made her look different. And we implemented it while she was 3, and she hated it. I mean, she was very, very angry about having to use it. So very interestingly, they moved. And interestingly, are you ready for this? They moved to Russia. The dad, I don't know what he did at Oklahoma State University, but he got a job offer in Russia, and he packed his family up and moved them to Russia. So we sent him with all of the information about the AT device. And believe it or not, they've been gone. I've been out of that research for 2 years now. I truly got an email from the dad yesterday with a whole list of questions. She's now 7. And they're wanting to try to implement the device again. One of his questions, though, was, and I haven't written him back yet because I don't want to write him. I don't want to answer this one question. And the answer was, can you remind me how you were able to stabilize her head to use the eye gaze effectively? And I thought, I do remember, and she's not going to be happy that I'm talking to you. I'm going to write him tomorrow, I promise. But I had to take today to kind of walk around in circles over it, because she's 7 now. Does she want to be wearing a head pod in school when she already is different because she uses a wheelchair for mobility and relies on others for most daily living needs? So no, I agree completely. Nieves, you should be least intrusive and least restrictive, especially as they get older. Absolutely. So we need to think about all of these things. So I guess, you know, bottom line, you know, whenever I first started teaching this, this concept, I looked at it very simplistically, like, oh, okay, well, let's look at the start. And well, it's got to be speech to text software. Well, it doesn't have to be. As far as, because what you're basically doing here is this is the first step towards making your solution generation decision, and then we move on to how to assess it. And so, like I said, we'll come back to this. So, all right, now, what do we choose to, choosing which device? The set scaffold for tool selection part 2 prioritizes tools. It offers a form to make a short list of AT based upon the identifying tools information. It requires consolidation of information gathered on the other set documents that we have gone through. Now, key factors. Again, one of the things we need to consider is what items are systematically available. In other words, what items do schools already have that we can link into so that that way we can, once again, provide at no cost and provide it in a timely manner. And so does your school, you don't have to answer, but I want you to think, what's in your school's inventory that students use? And I think certainly since, this might be, one of the only true positives from COVID is Chromebooks. Do your students have access to Chromebooks within your school? And if they do, could you somehow link into Chromebooks to see if you can add apps to it? Or are there already existing programs on the Chromebook that you can have students access? Certainly iPads as well. I didn't have it in my classroom. If I were still in my classroom, I would have it by now. But my library had an iPad cart that you could check out. And I checked it out probably once a month. It was really high need in our school, or high valued in our school. And so, but I would still get it about once a month. So we could then, work on iPads in my classroom. Desktop computers. Now I know most teachers, I hope have a desktop computer of their own at work. By the time I left my classroom, again, with the grants that I wrote, I had 3 desktop computers on a half round table. And so I had 3 different workstations that were desktop computers. Certainly FM systems are hearing systems. Like I've said, they're the ones that teachers wear around their neck, and it projects their voice around the classroom. And that is not necessarily considered a device used for students with disabilities. It's a device used by teachers to keep students' attention or to get attention in large group instruction. And so a teacher can wear the FM system and turn it on or off very quickly, depending on whether she's talking to the large group and she needs everybody to pay attention, or if she, if she goes into small group or individual instruction, she can shut it off. And then finally, seating options. I really hope that you all are using flexible seating. And if you're not, oh my gosh, come next week and I'll help you find some grants that will fund flexible seating, so that way your students have choices for, remember how when we go back to the categories, that it is, positioning, seating, and mobility. And so for seating, there are so many different seating options out there, from a ball, one of the yoga balls that we see, to a disc that you fill with air and the student's able to wiggle on it, to a wiggle, it's one that just has one leg and then a seat on it, and the student has to balance on it. That might meet the students' needs. I'm hoping that, again, I think I said this last week, and even if I did, I'm going to say it again. There's nothing special about special education. Special education is good teaching. Okay, I'm reading John. Student may want to use or have access to more than one device. Absolutely, because it might change. He might want to use a word processor in school, but use the speech to text at home, John. That is such a key point, and I'm so glad that you brought that up, that we need to be flexible enough to say, again, remember how I talked about, and someone brought up in the chat the term environmental noise, that speech to text might not be, what he wants to use in an English classroom or a social studies classroom if they're having to write a paper there. But he could use it at home, because if he's in his room or at the dining room table and he doesn't have 9 siblings, chances are that he'll be able to get the work done more quickly and not necessarily feel the embarrassment of sticking out with speech to text at school. But so with seating options, I really want you to think hard about, if you don't have it, even if you don't have students that you can identify definitely need a different seating option, start collecting them, because all of us have different seating options. I bet if, and this is where I miss, being able to see everybody in person, who's most comfortable in the seats that we go to conferences at. The nice part is we're either I can see how some of you are together at work attending, but some of you, are in your classrooms. And I'm at home, as you can see in my office. I probably sat in 15 different chairs in Staples before I found the one that I'm sitting in. So do you see where, seating options are not necessarily assistive tech? The question is, are they available in the school? And then can we use them as a possible tool to help meet a student's needs? Now, that being said, if your student if you decide that one of these things that is available in school needs to be or will be used as an assistive tech device, you have got to document it in the IEP. Let me say that again. You have got to document that in the IEP, because let's say that we're all using Chromebooks, and by golly, our student is using a Chromebook to type. That's what he wants to do. He's using it as a word processor, and then all of a sudden the school decides that it's going to rewrite the contract to purchase a new Chromebook, and we're going to collect all the old Chromebooks, and we're going to be without them for a while. Do you see the problem there? And so if it is part of what the schools have, you have to write it into the IEP that the student requires. And again, you're going to write the features of it, that it is, let's see, Qui, you have written, since most students use iPads now, our AT service provider in CNMI showed me that there's a feature where you can highlight words and phrases. Isn't that great? And you have an option to have it read aloud. So yes, use what we already have. Now my challenge to you is this. What if they decide we're not going to use iPads anymore and they take them away from everybody? That's why it needs to be written under auxiliary services and devices. We need to have it in there that they're going to use a high-tech assistive technology device as a word processor or as a text-to-speech or speech-to-text device. So that way we can say, no. If you're getting rid of all of these and it's going to be, a couple of weeks, a couple of months without it, I need to have one because we're still using it in my classroom. And then the second consideration, or the second factor that we need to think about, is that training is required for effective use. And so how lucky you are to have, an AT service provider that has found this for you. Now let's train everybody in how to use it. So, and no kidding, Jerry, way to be flexible with your intervention. Absolutely. And so, what I love is one of the sayings that I've always had in my classroom whenever I taught in public schools, and I now have it in my college classroom, is the phrase, none of us are as smart as all of us, right? And so we need to use everyone's ideas to do it. So we've got the availability, and then we've got to train people on how to use it. All right, now let's revisit our Tinder. Okay, so just real quickly, what we found was, whenever we looked at the numbers, again, Merida and Fiona were at the bottom. Cinderella absolutely almost took it, with the exception of Royalty, with Ariel and Jasmine being a close second and third. And then when we go to what we talked about earlier, based on the concrete numbers, definitely it would be Cinderella or Ariel that we would want to fix him up with the third possibility being Jasmine if the first two were unsuccessful. All right. Now this would be where this is another resource in your packet that you have. And again, we're going back to Joy Zabala. And this is the Set Scaffold for Tool Selection Part 2, and we're going to prioritize it, okay? So we're going to establish availability training needs for, and I love the word, promising tools that match the student's needs. Okay, so we're basically, okay, I'm gonna make you dizzy. We're gonna go back to here. And now we're going to take this information and we're going to put it in a new document. All right, and so for our silly one, for tool availability, we need to understand that S means it's systemically, there we go, systemically available tools, currently available to all students served by the system or the district. P is the programmatically available through special ed services or other services for which the student is qualified. Now, what that means is, and something I want you to think about and think hard about, is as you begin to, if you have a closet of AT devices, I had a huge closet. Oh, I love it, Neil. And fail, first attempt in learning, absolutely. I had a whole closet of AT devices before I left my classroom. Some of them we used all the time, and some of them we had gotten for a student. We had gone through this assessment, and we'd gotten for a student, and then the student graduated or moved. And so the device went into a closet, and it stayed there until it was needed again. And so when we talk about programmatically available, what that means is, what does your program have? And so now it depends on the structure of your school and your district where you are. What I would envision in a perfect world. And so this is, not that any of us live in a perfect world, but what I'd like to challenge you to think about to become the change for assistive technology in your school, in your district, is this. Can you begin to at least ask the question of, where do we keep all our AT devices that we're not using? And, okay, so where do we keep them? And then secondly, do we have a list of all of the AT devices that are owned by the school? Okay, and then let's think bigger. Then do we have a list of all the AT devices owned by the district? All right, and is there an admin person who could help us with that, who could send out an email survey, an AT email survey to the faculty of a school and say, hey, listen, has anyone written a grant or received funding somehow to purchase AT devices? Where are they? And are they being currently used? And then have that survey go out maybe once every grading period. So that way, if I as a teacher suddenly need a writing bird, because I think I might want to trial it. Now, I know I have wonderful GSAT and they will loan me one, and we'll talk about how to do that in a minute. However, if your district already has one that you could get very quickly, why not try that as an option? So what Zabala is saying on this is, systemically, is it available for everyone? So that's what we're talking about with like an iPad that was just mentioned. However, programmatically, do we have them? And so do you see where within the quality indicators for assistive technology, we've got to be more organized. We have got to establish what is our list of devices that our school/district has, and then how do we update it periodically. And then finally, the A is additional tools that may be needed to be acquired for this student. So you can see where justify the choices with the set data and descriptor match. And then is it systemically, programmatically, or additional tools needed? And then this is, our silly version, so I won't go into it, but, services, who needs to be trained? The student, the staff, and or the family. And again, kind of like I said last week, with my little one, whose dad just wrote me, she didn't use communication devices at home. And so when we wrote about training, family, we did not include the family because they did not want to use it. They didn't need to use it. So, oh, commercial break. Every school has a property liaison that has munis listed. Oh, fabulous. Talk to your principal to review your school. Even if cost does not indicate technology, the district made a decision to tag all tech equipment, keyboards, etc. are supply. Oh, interesting. So Neil, keyboards are not considered AT. That's interesting. Now, so
AT, but
I'm sorry.
They're considered AT, but it's a supply, so they don't track things like a $90 keyboard because it could disappear next week.
Yeah,
but everything else is tracked.
Wow, but I think that's fabulous that you do. So you've already done it. So how wonderful for your teachers to be able. Do you see how that makes our life just a little bit easier? And I think almost more importantly, it doesn't make us feel like we're alone. That we have a resource we can go to start and go, oh my gosh, look at all of these devices. Because I think the worst thing that can happen with AT, and it is kind of, it may, I don't even want to go back into my old school to see what's happened to all the AT I wrote grants for, because we didn't have this list when I left. I wish I had established that so that way I could have turned it over to administration so that then there's accountability for where it goes. Because you're right, Neil, sometimes things just disappear. They sprout legs and they walk. And so, all right. Let's make my screen work. And okay, so here we go. Here's our more serious one. So when we look at this, again, here's our data. Our data is that pencil grips are 1 out of 6, writing words 2, portable word processor 3, and speech to text 4 out of 6. How would this transfer to the set prioritizing tools? And so if we think about it, when we look at, and let me see, okay, I've got the prioritizing tools. Let me see if I've got that up and ready to share with you all. There's a limited amount that I can. Okay, so let's go back here. So if we had the pencil grips, are they, probably all of them would, well, no, it would be systemically, having a hard time with that word tonight, systemically available, programmatically available, or actually systemically available would be, a portable word processor if, like we've heard, that they already are there with like the highlighting and the speech to text feature. The writing bird might be something we would have to go out and find. Now, as far as services, as far as whether we would need training for students, staff, and family, certainly a pencil grip, probably minimal, if any, training for any of them. Same with a writing bird, it probably would involve some training with the student to get them comfortable using it. And then when we look at the next two, this would be, remember how I said that the environment, at the beginning, we did the student environment and the task, that the environment is both home and school. And so this might be where we call the parent in to train them on either the word processor or the speech to text, so that way if there's problems with troubleshooting, if there's problems with maintaining a charge in the device, do you see what I'm saying? That we would identify, here are the areas that we need to provide training for them. So, all right. Now, thinking outside the box, if AT is researched and an item is found that is not currently available, should you list it on your set form? And the answer is absolutely, positively yes. And this might be where I'm going to kind of surprise Leah and Michelle, but on this next slide, first, ways to acquire short-term loans. Certainly within, if you're lucky enough, like in Neil's case, to have, a district AT inventory, that would be one. But Michelle and Leah, would one of you please go on and I'll stop sharing, and if you all could jump in, or I can, to show where you have your device loan program on your website. And I apologize for not giving you the heads up on this.
Yeah, Leah will bring that up, but certainly if you don't have it available and it's identified, you let us know. We will order it, and we can have it ready for you to do a short-term loan use for the student until the school district is able to avail of one. We don't have a problem with that. I think every year before Leah and Tanya put together the list, I know that they always go back and seek input from GDOE, as well as other service providers like HSP, Guam Memorial Hospital, their PT program, and other private entities to see what are most needed equipments and devices, and we would procure for that, so we would have it available. So in the event that they would like to do the try it before you buy it kind of thing with their clients, then they can avail of it at GSAT prior to actually spending money on it.
Okay. So can you all see my screen? I just logged on. Okay.
It started sharing, Leah, but it's not up yet.
It's not up yet. Let me try another one.
Okay. All right. And I apologize. I should have done this. I should have given you the heads up before we started.
Okay, you can log into our website. It's called gsatcedars.org. And then can you now see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So okay, first I go off to home, and then if you click on equipment catalog, it will lead you to another page, and here's a list of categories that you can look into just based on the need. As you have mentioned earlier, Dr. Coley, the different categories, they're all in here, and they can search for particular device. It's alphabetically arranged, or you can go back and then look for maybe a device here on the search field. So maybe Pocket Talker, I'm not sure if you have, is still an iPad. Oops. Let's try Telekeys. Well, let's see.
I agree, Neil. The community is so fortunate there to have GSAT. It is, I truly believe that the AT Act programs are the best kept secret in education.
Okay. So yeah, just to explore the GSAT website, we have all sorts of different categories here, the programs, the model home, the Greece classifieds, and there are other devices that have been donated to GSAT as well. And so what happens is when they donate equipment to us, we donate it back to the community. So like, say for an example, Hoyer Lift, we had somebody donate once just so recently, and we've donated to the public with one of the clients just I think it was just last week, and we had invited several of our partners here at the university to conduct the training on how to use the Hoyer Lift and to do the transfers and all that.
All right, and so Leah, can you walk us through how they do that? So they go on and they find a device, and then there's an application, right, that they fill out?
They just fill out since the pandemic hit, we do provide them with the forms, the COVID-19 survey form first, and then we provide them with the equipment release form. They have to fill that out, and then the liability form as well. So we email those forms out to them, unless otherwise, if they don't have access to internet, they can come over and then they can fill out the form here. It's quite simple. I don't think I have it here, but
no, that's okay.
I can look for it and
Leah,
forward.
And Leah, schools can borrow, but so can parents, right?
Yes, anybody can borrow.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's a key. so that when we look at the set, if we find that the environment is really at home where it's needed as well, that the parent themselves can borrow the device to do. And then Leah, can you remind me, how long can they keep the device to trial it?
They can borrow the device for at least 30 days. And if they want an extension, just as long as they don't have anybody, we have nobody in the waiting list, they can extend the device. So the whole purpose of borrowing the device is for, say, for example, for assessment purposes, or for short term, or while they're waiting for funding.
Right. And so do you all see where
Yeah,
this is
it's a 3-day. Sure.
Yes. And then with the mailing, if they have to mail it, if they're not close to come pick it up and bring it back, Leah, does it cost them to mail?
Absolutely
Never.
not. We can actually do that, Leah. If they're not able to access it, we can just mail it to them, and we can also do the door-to-door type of thing, so that we can ensure that we get it back, if just in case they're not able to mail it back to us. So yeah, no cost to the community members if that is what a means of us getting it to them. So no problem right now. As Leah mentioned, due to the COVID, we do by appointment. However, we also do the curbside delivery. So some of the community members feel very uncomfortable coming in. We have set up a window, kind of like your drive-through window, Wendy's, McDonald's, except it's GSAT and the equipment. They just let Leah or Tanya know ahead of time, make that appointment to do the drive-through service.
That is absolutely, again, do you all see where I truly believe, a program like GSAT with this fabulous staff is the best kept secret. Now, in the chat box, Leah, we have a question from Neil. Palau, is there any exchange between the islands here, or a similar entity on the other islands like CNMI and Palau?
I do know that CNMI has they've got an assistive technology office, right? I believe it's with Miss Pam Sablon.
With Raymond.
So they have made several visits here to check out our center. So I do know that they do have an assistive technology center there, but we have no issues with Palau borrowing our equipment. I know that we have a great relationship, especially with our interim director and the rest of our consultants and our training associates. I know Miss June really misses going to Palau. She always talks about bangus, and that's a fish, a milk fish that she so craves for. And some Fridays we have to have, or she has to have her bangus. So anyway, yeah, we don't have a problem sharing our equipment. We can send it just like we did with the bags, right? So kind of like the same way we'll do with the equipment if we need to do that. You just let us know.
All right, that is just fabulous. And again, I think, we live in a world where budgets are so very tight in education, and mailing things is expensive. And so that can almost be prohibitive. If I know, even if you sent it to me and it didn't cost me anything, but now it's going to cost me to send it back to you all. And the AT Act programs have it set up where that's not a cost to the teacher or the parents or whoever it is, because remember that, GSAT, going back to the pictures of the head switch, that GSAT serves the lifespan of individuals with assistive technology needs. And so regardless who they are, they will facilitate this borrowing. And, you made such a very good point about that borrow it to trial it. The try before you buy is a cute saying, but next week, whenever we talk about grants, I will tell you that will make your grant application the strongest application on any grantor's desk, is that you're going to say, I have worked with GSAT in a professional capacity to borrow, trial, assess, and then now we know that it will be successful. with this particular student or in this particular environment. And people will write you checks. And it's because you have the not just the realize that where we are in our assessing part right now, we're at the let's do some trialing and kind of move the pieces around on the chessboard to see, does that one work? Does this one work? Well, maybe this one works, but that factor I hadn't thought of. Do you see what I'm saying? That we're still kind of figuring it out. Then we get the student involved and hopefully the family too, if the environment also includes the home. And now suddenly we have all the pieces falling into place where we can honestly say in a grant application, this is a device that will be successful at helping the student become more independent at school and to access the general ed curriculum in a way that all other students without disabilities interact with. So thank you both so much for jumping in with this, because that's the key point for this particular group, is that who is there. And I'm so glad to hear that you all have such a great open opportunities for all of the different islands to access the loan program within your program. So, all right, we're going to jump back in. Oh, did that take me where
So
I
if
want?
it's, sorry, just wanted to
Yes,
add, if
please.
it's the reuse program, if it's the loan reuse program, those items have been donated to GSAT. So if somebody were to borrow it, they don't necessarily have to return it. You know, so as long as it's donated, as opposed to those purchased through the short loan program, federal funds, those have to be returned.
Okay, I see. Wow, that's fabulous too. I know that, for example, with my little one who's now in Russia, her the computer with the eye gaze that we had purchased through our grant at OSU, number one, she didn't take it with her because we had trialed it and she was being remotely successful, but we couldn't really say, yep, this is it for her. And so it stayed with our program. And then when the grant funding ended, I had several devices that had been bought by this particular grant, and Michelle, I donated them to the AT Act program, and so we just did a form to like transfer it over to them. And what was interesting, and so maybe this is where that particular program falls under, the device, and I'll have to find out what the name of it was. It was bigger than an iPad. But that device was no longer made, you know, with the way AT is, it was no longer made. So they were able to also get it out to someone because it couldn't be loaned, you know, to trial because it's not being used anymore. And so what they did is they identified somebody that they knew could use it, and the ATAC program allowed a family to keep it. And so with my other ones, interestingly, because especially with the grant, several of my little ones still had their iPads with the LAMP app on it. And the parents signed a contract saying that as long as they were still using it, the parents could keep it. That as soon as they stopped using it, we would like it returned and either to the university or to the AT Act program. And again, we know that, you know, whenever we get to know our families, we form long-term relationships with them. And so I'm still, attached to all of them. Okay, and Ashley is saying, can I try the writing group, please, or any other pencil grip? Is this something I need to return after borrowing? So I'll let you all field that question real quick.
Yes, it would need to, we don't have a problem borrowing, but it does need to be returned. It was purchased through our short loan program. So yeah, we can send it and then do your trial thing, testing it and practicing. And then once you're done, you can send it back our way.
Okay, and the good news, Ashley, is that, you know, fill out the form, and like Leah said, it's an easy form to fill out. Fill out the form, borrow it, make sure it works, and then if it does, come next week, because I'm going to give you lots of different opportunities to write grants for it. And those are not expensive devices. to get. And so trust me when I say you will get funding for it very quickly. And remember that, just as I just said, you know, if you try the Writing Bird and it's really successful, one of the things I always suggest for my grant writing friends is take pictures and keep documentation of the trial. And we're about to go into some documentation, so that way you can, if it's appropriate for the grant, you can add that information to the grant application. And again, it makes it so much stronger to say, again, you talk about your process, because remember when we talked about at the very, very beginning that a key with assessment is to be systematic. And grantors want to know this is not just a kind of, I am flying by the seat of my pants and I'm building the plane as I fly it. This is we have thought this through. We have considered it, we have assessed it, and now we've trialed it. And here's our data that out of, and you know, again, there are a couple of different pencil grip tools. Go shopping, or not shopping, but you know, go searching on their site, just like Leah showed us, to kind of look at the different kinds. And you know, the thing is, what you're going to have to do, Ashley, is I strongly would suggest trialing one at a time. You know, don't overwhelm GSAT with, I want to trial 10 at the same time, because that'll overwhelm the kiddo too. And so there was one session that I tried to sign up for that I looked like it was booked up. I think it was next week's. Oh, is next week's session still open? Is Kurt's question. I don't know that answer, so I'll ask my fabulous GSAT people. Is next session okay? Yep, here's the website address. And Kurt's asking if you can add. Yes, definitely. Leah, you're so wonderful. And you can still register. So yes, please get it. I'm telling you, you know, all of this information is important, but boy, the grant writing, I think, you know, honestly, I think we need to understand that people, we wish that, you know, we could be so well funded that we could trial a device from GSAT and then, you know, tell our special ed director, write me a check. But that's not the world we live in. And I don't know how many of you have read, it's an old book that I read a long, long time ago, but it's called Who Moved My Cheese? And I don't know if you've read it, but you know, put that on your reading list too, because in Who Moved My Cheese, it's a story about three mice, you know, who have been trained to, I'm aging Neil, I'm aging me, who've been trained to go through a maze and then to find some cheese, and then, you know, people move their cheese, and you know, and what happens to the three mice? And one of the mice stands where the cheese used to be and refuses to leave and says, I am going to stay here till the cheese comes. And I think sometimes as educators, sometimes we just say, I'm going to stay here till they fund this. And however, remember what our law says. Our law says we cannot delay in the implementation of AT. You can't be that mouse. Okay, you got to be the mouse that walks out and says, okay, things are different, and understand that, again, people will write checks to teachers who are doing good things for children. And certainly when you're working with what is viewed as a vulnerable population already, which are students with disabilities, and then you're bringing in technology. Technology is one of the highest funded areas of grants there is. Now I'll tell you, sometimes I'll tell you more about it next week. Okay, because I don't want to spoil it. So okay, but do you see where, number one, do you see the advantage of having an AT inventory within your school or within your district? And so if you don't have it, start putting together a list, because that could be your first resource, and then certainly GSAT demo and loan program. And if you notice on the screen that, oh, here's the link to register. Very good. Thank you so much, Leah, for doing that. And so realize that on the link that Leah showed us, it shows you next to the device, is a demo available? And then is it available for loan? and it will, you know, they'll have yes and yes is what I saw, lots of yeses and yeses. And so if you need to know how to use it or how it's used, you click on yes, and then you'll learn how to use it, so that if you've never used it before, you'll be able to get some idea of the best way to use it. So, all right, comparing AT through trials. Once the AT devices to be trialed have been selected and acquired, I've given you lots of forms today, and now I'm going to give you another one. And this one comes from the WADI. It's important to continue the documentation process of determining which device was the most successful. So let's take a minute and walk through this guide. All right, so this is actually, while it's a double page on here, it's actually, it goes on to different pages. So we have the AT to be trialed. So let's say that it's the writing bird. So we write that in, student's name, date of birth, you know, all of this information. The contact person, that's the person. Let's back up several slides. The contact person is the person that we've said, who's going to be the one in charge of coordinating the trial. Hopefully that will be all of your names that would go in there. What's the parent's name and phone number, parent's address, and then the goal for the AT use. The goal for the AT use goes, again, kind of going back to the set. The goal for the AT use is looking at what is the task. So actually, let's switch. Well, yeah, the writing bird was one of the options. So the goal is 9th grade English writing essays and papers. Okay, so that's going to be our goal. So you'll notice, and this is a key, again, you know, that I've said and we'll really go into next week, is that we are not going to write a goal specifically for the use of the AT device. We're going to write a goal based on the task that is required and then how AT can support it. And so we on this form start with acquisition. And again, what I like about the WADI form, and you know, thank goodness for the Wisconsin AT initiative, is that it starts with acquisition. It says, where's the source? Where are we getting this from? And so let's say that, you know, we're going to borrow a writing bird, and we're going to borrow it from GSAT. All right, so GSAT goes under sources. The person responsible for borrowing it, who's the person who fills out the form and sends it to GSAT? What are the dates available? So we contact GSAT and we say, you know, when can I come get it? I love the Burger King and Wendy's idea of putting it out the window. That is, you know, it's amazing how our world has changed and how we have adapted because of COVID. And so what are the dates available? When did we receive it? And then, like Leah said, you have 30 days. So the key too is that when does it need to be returned? And you know, Leah so graciously said, you know, as long as there isn't someone waiting for it, you might be able to get an extension. Depending on the needs of the student, you might need more than 30 days, but you have absolutely got to communicate and collaborate with GSAT to extend it. You cannot assume that it is an automatic extension. And I know that in our AT Act program here in Oklahoma, they lovingly and professionally will reach out to you to remind you of the deadline that's coming up. But I think it's so important that we understand what a great program this is, and to certainly work within the parameters they ask. Now, take a look at the next line between the two boxes. Who is the person primarily responsible to learn to operate this AT? Now, you know, earlier, you know, we've said, I want the whole SPED team to be trained. Absolutely, that's what we want. Because if someone is absent, that's a problem. You know, then the device doesn't get used. And I shared with you last week that my little one with Down syndrome, you know, they ended out rotating his paras, and all of a sudden, you know, we went in to collect data on how well he's doing in his kindergarten or first grade room using his iPad with the LAMP app. And we walk in and it's not even in the room, it's in the special ed room, and he's in the general ed room. and the paraeducator that's with him is trying her best. It was not a criticism of anybody. It's the reality of what was occurring in that program. But when, you know, I sat down to start taking data because my grad assistant wasn't able to be there and the device isn't there, I just had to interrupt the activity to say to the para, hi, I'm Gretchen from OSU and I'm here to take data. Is the iPad not charged? Is it, you know, I'm trying to think of all of the excuses for why it's not being used. And you know, this para, who again is trying her best to meet the needs of this little one, looked at me and went, what iPad? Okay, deep breath. You know, so who is the person primarily responsible to learn to operate this AT? In that particular case, whenever we filled out this form for that program, you know, we started with his one-on-one, you know, and I, at the beginning, and welcome to all my paraeducators who are one-on-ones. I think that's who should be in this box, is the one-on-one who is primarily their person. One of the reasons we need to think this through is who's going to be in charge of programming it if new things need to be added. Remember how we had, let's go back to the, oh, I always want to call it a GoTalk, because a GoTalk is a similar device, but it's the one where we trade out the pictures of the communication symbols. It is a GoTalk 9+. So we need to have someone be the one responsible for making up all of the icons that go in there and then maintaining them, and most importantly, adding new ones to it. All right, so that would be this person, the person primarily responsible to learn to operate the AT. Okay, here are the trainings. This box should have several names in it, or names, or, you know, if you're not comfortable putting names, then definitely positions. General ed teacher. And if they have several general ed teachers, you know, if we're looking at the writing bird and our student with muscular dystrophy, if he is only going to begin his trial in the English classroom, it would be general education - English teacher. It maybe would still be the special ed teacher as well. It could then also be the parent. And within the parent, could it be the mother and the father? You know, let's not just, I know we could all think of our parents and think, you know, who's the most involved, but I've also, you know, had families where they both want to be involved. One of the little ones in my grant program, he was 3 when he started. He was a young man with developmental delays. He had lots of characteristics of autism. When we first started working with him, when we first trialed his AT communication device, he was completely nonverbal. And so we trialed what is called an Accent 800. It is a dedicated device, so we didn't use an iPad with him. We chose to use what's called an Accent 800. And very similar, though, in that it had screens. He could push friends, he could push lunch. I am so sorry, allergies are killing me. But so on the persons to be trained, this was where you know, you learn something with everything you do. Under the persons to be trained, for the first year that he was in there, it was his 3-year-old teacher. There were 2 teacher assistants. Not paras, they're, you know, in general ed, they're not trained like our paraeducators are. 2 teacher assistants, and then it was mother and father, both came in to be trained. The training required for them was training to not only operate the Accent 800, but to also interact with adding or hiding icons. What I love about communication apps is that you can bring the icon forward or you can hide them. With the Accent 800, it followed that, you know, they're all very similar. They all have, you know, small things that make them a little bit different. But bottom line, when you have an icon of, let's say, in his case, we were actually wanting him to say we started with more please. And then we added, I want more, please. And then we added, I want more sandwich, please. And then we added, I want more. And then we expanded his choices of sandwich. He was a kiddo who had real sensory issues with food. It was kind of interesting. He liked sandwiches that were white bread, no crust, with an avocado spread on it. That's what he ate every day. And when we started doing the trials, the first time we sat down, the teacher hadn't thought it through, and I hadn't thought to tell the teacher that, you know what, when you're doing a trial like that, you need to cut the sandwiches into little pieces. And so she cut the sandwich in half, and we were done in 2 trials. He asked for 1 piece, he asked for the second, and we were done. And so the next day was quite funny. Whenever we handed him an itty bitty piece, he looked at us like we were crazy. But so for the training, it was not only in how to use what was on there when we turned it on and what icons came up, but did we need to hide some days? Like as in, if for the food choices, this little one loved popcorn, but sometimes popcorn wasn't available. So we needed to know how to hide the popcorn icon. Do you see what I'm saying? And so for training required, it wasn't just using it, but also hiding or bringing forth new icons. The date begun and the date completed are documented. Now, management support. Again, number 1 is, where is the location? So for my little one that I just described with the Accent 800, it was in the 3-year-old room. But then then when we moved him into the 4-year-old room, we changed that. Okay, Jane, I think you should register. That's my opinion. I would welcome you back, and I would love for you to attend. So you are welcome to register. Because I kind of think, Jane, that I bet there's something you'll take out of next session that will be helpful to you or helpful to someone you know. And so so that's just my opinion. I'm inviting you, Jane. I would love to have you back. But so, okay, so location of where is the device going to be and where's it going to be used? And then support to be provided. And this is so, in regards to training, we may have to look at who the primary caregivers are. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, John. Okay, first, can I tell you all that, we're coming, we're coming up on break. So let me finish this thought and then we'll take a quick break. And then remember that it's almost, I'm going to finish here around midnight. And so if I start to fade towards the end, realize that, you know what, I was telling a colleague at OSU today how I was going to stay up till midnight. And she was so cute. She goes, I said, I can't tell you the last time I stayed up till midnight. And my friend goes, well, I stay up till midnight, but I'm usually in my pajamas in my bedroom reading a book. And so I said, I'm going to be presenting. But so no, John, thank you so much, because you have reoriented me. Let's go back to training with my little one with the avocado spread sandwich. This was a device that, oh my gosh, we got his parents so excited about it, because these were 2 parents. Realized that, the demographics of the parents that I worked with in my grant, they were all university, either students or professors. So these were all high achieving people with very young children with delays. And so here's this little one who has developmental delays and is nonverbal, and his parents worried a lot about him and his future. So they were very excited about bringing in this communication device. Well, guess what? So we got all the way through the first year of 3-year-olds, and the CDL is closed over the summer, but I trained the parents. We had trained the parents on using the device at home. And so we sent it home with the parents. John and everyone else, he spent most of his summer with his grandparents. And his grandparents use intuition. They don't use a device and so it set us back in our data and in this little one's progress by as many months as summer was and as many weeks as summer was. He basically came back to us in August, almost nonverbal. Broke my heart. broke my heart because I hadn't considered the question of who will he be with over the summer? You know, I didn't even think that was a question I should have asked. And so you're absolutely right, John. Who are the primary care providers? And they're the ones we need to include in that conversation. So, okay, I have 10:49. And so let's take 10:50. Let's take a 15-minute break. So we will be back at 2:05 Guam time. Yes, am I correct? 2:05 Guam time. And for my wonderful American Samoa people, jump in. Yeah, summer loss, John. It truly, I could have probably written a paper on what summer loss looked like in that case. So, yes, and my American Samoa friends, I'll see you in 15 minutes. So whatever that is in your time, I think, are we coming up on dinner in America Samoa? So I'm getting better at the time change. So, all right, see you all in 15 minutes. Hank, be ready to come get him. All right, everyone. Well, it's just about time. We have about 1 more minute, but somebody wants to say hi to you guys. Come on up. Come on. Here is my puppy Baxter. He is my constant companion in COVID. And so he just wanted to say a quick hi. And now I'm going to give him back to my husband because otherwise he will take over my lap. So go see him.
Come on, Baxter boy.
Yeah. The joys of teaching from home. But I have always rescued adult dogs. And this past summer, my family decided that they wanted to switch it up and they got me a puppy. So every time he acts like a puppy around the house, oh, thanks, Melanie and Jerry and everyone. Yeah, he really is a sweetie. But I'm telling you, puppies are hard work. They're like having a toddler around. And so I wish I had $1. Yeah, my household is awake, Laura. My husband's so cute. When I was approached to do this training, and we looked at the hours and we realized that, it's best to do a long session for you all, and I'm fine with doing that. My husband goes, no worries, I'll stay up with you. And so he's out there staying up with me. And so he has to go, he works on the base here and he works the early shift. So, but don't worry, he doesn't fly anymore. So he teaches the student pilots who, I'm telling you, they look like they're 12 years old. The student pilots, he teaches them in the simulators now, which I love because now they can't kill him. And so my husband's a retired fighter pilot. He flew in the first Gulf War. And when he convinced me that, coming to a student training base would be a good idea, I thought, oh yeah, nobody's shooting at him. I think that's a good idea. And so we got here and then we realized that he's training 22-year-olds to fly super fast, 3 feet off each other's wings. Suddenly I realized, well, actually I kind of joked with him and told him that if he died here, I would not talk to him in heaven. And so that God would have to put him in a different room. And so, so anyway, he'll be up early. So yes, our house is awake, but you know what? He is as committed to what I do as I am. And he was thrilled when I just walked out now and I told him how Palau is here tonight. He was like, oh, that's so good, because he knows how important it is to get out this information. So, all right, let's jump back in and finish strong. All right, so we're on the WADI form again. And as I was saying, the trainings are huge. The management support is huge for where the support is to be provided. Because I'm telling you, if a device goes down, we can't just all go, okay, we've got to say, what's our plan for whenever something happens, when troubleshooting happens? And then who is the person responsible for it? So then take a look at the next section. The next section is student use. So this is where we start documenting when does the student use it? This is our documentation. Remember how I talked about with the grants? This is our documentation to say, hey guys, this is when we used it, the date, the time used, the location, what task was the student using it, and then the outcomes. So can you see where when we include for our 9th grader with muscular dystrophy, this would be where we would ask parents to keep a log at home. My little one, that's how I found out about the grandparents. That was my first indication. Well, my first indication was, and I appreciate the term summer loss, when he came back, and when we sent him out with the device at the end of the 3-year-old program, this little one was starting to talk. Realized that one of the concerns that, and I was faced with it with a couple of our students in our grant program, parents would say, but if they have a device, will they just use the device and never start talking? And what we need to understand as educators, and we need to advocate to parents whenever we do present a speech-generated device to them, is this: we will always, as human beings, go to what is the easiest way to communicate. So I want you to think about, you all are on Guam and all of the other islands where there are potentially other languages spoken. And if you do not know the language that is being spoken, as someone who, I lived in Europe for 11 years throughout my husband's Air Force career, and I was faced with situations where I was in countries where I didn't speak the language. So you know what, you kind of turn to sign language, don't you? You kind of start pointing and you kind of start going, here's my map, this is where I want to go, can you tell me how to get there? So we do that first. But you know what, if it's easiest, in Germany, I always knew the word for bathroom. And so where's the bathroom? And so, we then will use that language, same with kids. And so with this little one, he was starting to use language. Then he went to grandparents' house. So, but whenever I sent him home with the device over the summer, I sent him with the WADI trial use guide, just with this section, the student use with the date. Really, I modified it. Remember how last week that was a question? You can modify it. I just said the date, the location, the task. I took out time used. I just wanted to know, the date, where, what was he doing, and how did he use it? And you know what? I had a couple of entries from mom and dad, and then grandparents took him, and I don't even think they sent this with the grandparents. I formed it into a spiral. I had it spiral bound, little notebook, and it was blank till he got back. But so do you see where this is where we can really validate our parents to say, hey, listen, we're trying to get this device. GSAT has been fabulous about loaning it to us. So when I send it home with you, will you please help us with documentation? And the thing is, don't expect this to come back and forth every single day. That's asking a lot, especially for a 9th grader and that parent. Maybe if it's preschool and they send home a folder every night, maybe that would work. But for a 9th grader to say, hey, could I have it every Monday? And I'll text you and remind you. You could even, in this day and age, I appreciate the digital literacy topic being brought up, that we could even say, hey, can you just text me the information, or can you take a picture and send it to me in a text or an email? Do you see where there are lots of ways to get this information from families, so that way you can add it to your documentation? All right, then now this is, some may prefer to utilize one form for all trials rather than complete a WADI trial use guide for each individual trial. So can you see where the difference between this one and the previous one is? This one says, what is the AT being tried? So you would have to do this for all of the different, so let's say for our kiddo with muscular dystrophy, let's say we truly did trial all 4 things. We would put in the writing bird. We would put in the pencil grip. We would put in the word processor, but they would all be different forms. Okay, where in this case, do you see where it would be, what is the task? Because overall, again, remember that it's most important with what are we doing? What's the goal of that, let's say his name is John. John is able to complete a 3-page / 1,500-word essay satisfactorily according to the rubric assigned to the essay. Okay, and then you would add using an AT device with speech to text on it. Do you see what I'm saying? So it is not an AT goal. It's not that he's going to use the AT in this many trials out of that many trials with this % accuracy. It is, he's going to complete this assignment using this AT. Criteria for success, in this particular case would be, and then that's when you determine what your criteria for success is. What's the teacher's rubric? Does it need, in your case, when I very first started teaching, my first teaching experience was fabulous. It was beyond fabulous. It was part-time, but I got paid full-time, and it was at a very tiny Army base in Flensburg, Germany, up on the border of Germany and Sweden. They had 100 troops there. I don't know, were they thinking Sweden was going to, attack Germany? I don't know why they had 100 people there or 100 troops there, but they had a very small school and 2 kids popped up with learning disabilities. So they hired me from 4 hours away to go up for 2 days a week, meet the kids' IEP needs. My second job, though, see, God had a sense of humor. My second job was teaching at a high school with 11 young men, 10 of who had oppositional defiance disorder. And the 11th had severe anxiety and depression. And so, man, I went from just the primo job to the most stressful job, although I learned so much as a teacher and as a human being. But whenever I first started teaching at the high school, my criteria for success for my boys with oppositional defiance disorder was 80% on all assignments. And thank goodness I had a fabulous, fabulous principal. She ended up retiring out of the base in Japan. Her name was Debbie Berry. She told me, Gretchen, 80% is not a criteria for success. You need to put it at 70. These were kids who flunked everything the year before. And in fact, these were ones who taught me truly about how to motivate students, because I said, I won't accept a 0. And they're like, okay, give me your pen. I'll put it on there. I'll put a 0 on my paper. Okay, I got to figure out how to motivate you guys. And we did. It was a good year. But so what is your criteria for success? That depends on the assignment. But so, okay, so we're going to list the AT. We're going to say, the writing bird, the pencil grip, the word processor, the speech to text, dates used. Was the criteria for success met? Because do you see where, again, the task is not using a specific AT device. The task is completing the assignment successfully. And then this is where the comments go. And what I kind of like about this form, again, the qualitative person in me likes the fact that it lists advantages, disadvantages, and for me, the key is, what are the preferences of the student? And then finally, we fill out, what are the recommendations for the IEP? Do we keep this? Which one do we keep? Which one do we say it was not successful to use? So that can also be a form depending on your personal preference, talking to your team about it. Again, pros and cons to both. Okay, can you guys tell I'm getting tired? Or I need to take my hand off the mouse. All right, so for this one, the strength of this one, in my opinion, is that it's very easy to modify and send home to parents, right? To get feedback from parents. With this one, maybe not so much, because for parents, I don't know that you'd send home all 4. And maybe you would. But so anyway, again, what I like about teaching you all this is there's no right or wrong answer. There is simply, what do you think would work best for your program, for your students, and for your staff? Okay, so, all right, so now let's take a look at our blue arrows. So tonight we've done so much. We have done observation. We have done solution generation. We went through all of the factors for solution generation. I want you to always think, I told my husband whenever I went out at the lunch break that, I said, everybody is just giggling over the fact that I took them to Disney and DreamWorks and Tinder tonight when they did not think they were going to be doing that. And in fact, then at this break, I had to go out and share with him what you all came up with for Moana. Now we're at solution selection. All right, so let's take a look at what we do. All right, the first thing that we do in solution selection is we have a discussion to compare the data collected. So this involves a collaborative team effort on everyone's part to come together and say, hey, what did we find? And what we're, if let's say for this young man with muscular dystrophy, let's say that the task was writing a paper and we actually looked at several different environments, because high school students can write a paper in English. They can write a paper in science. They can write a paper in social studies. So do you see where this is where you would pull everybody together and say, what did we see? Now, one of the suggestions is, and if we were all together, tonight would even be, or today would be a longer session, because I would actually have you do this. I would break you into groups of 3s, and I would have you come up with what do you think out of these 4 based on our data. But one of the suggestions that we make as part of the quiet is that when you sit down to have this discussion, that you assign roles. And I know that sometimes as teachers, we kind of roll our eyes and go, you know, I'm not a high schooler. I need to be told. But sometimes to stay on track, it's really helpful for a meeting that's goal is to be systematic about looking at the data that was collected, is to have a facilitator, someone who keeps everybody talking and keeps everything moving, to have a recorder, somebody who does all of the writing, and then finally a timekeeper to say, I value your time, and I've promised we're going to take 20 minutes to get through this, and I'm going to make sure we keep going. And so those are some roles that you can maybe suggest having. Personally and professionally, I think that they're helpful. As long as I'm not the facilitator, obviously, because I like to get off track and tell stories. So making a decision. This is where, again, this is where we're coming up with a solution. So we review the documentation from all previous steps of the AT assessment process. Then here are the decision-making steps that are suggested. We go through our blue arrows and we say, here's what we described as the problem. Our young man with muscular dystrophy is taking 3 times as long as his peers to get his work turned in. Certainly, like I said earlier, that's an accommodation we can make. We're teachers and we're good teachers. We can say if a student needs extra time, we will absolutely give that to them. However, this is wearing the student out. And the goal is not the physical act of writing or putting thoughts on paper. It's coming up with the thoughts and then submitting them for a grade, right? And so the problem is he's struggling getting his thoughts onto paper in a timely manner. Solution generation. Here are the different things that we could try. And then here's what we came up with as far as the features that need to be there to best support his abilities and his needs. And certainly in the case of our student with muscular dystrophy, we always absolutely have to be thinking about future needs because his future will be changing. Solution selection. This is where we start discussing, what do we think? And then finally, implementation, what devices and services, remember, because the training has to be part of it, will be needed. And then finally, and this is a key to this particular decision-making step, is we need to follow up. When will we reevaluate? Is it still being effective? Is the, you know, and so if we said word processing at school, because again, he really didn't want to, you know, stick out, he wanted to blend in, and then we discover that, you know what, it is his fine motor ability has gone down even more. So now we may need to look at speech to text in school. And then in that case, we may need to look at maybe changing the environment for when he actually has to physically write the paper, that he will be in the general ed English classroom for all instruction, all socialization. But when students actually go to sit down and start typing out their papers, maybe that's when he heads to the library and there's a special cubicle in the library. I'm not saying to send a kiddo with muscular dystrophy to a resource room if that's not where he would be most comfortable. So, but follow-up is absolutely important too. Reevaluate how is it going? All right, remember how at the beginning I defined what the 8 quality indicators for assistive technology are, and I just gave you the bullet statements, and one of them was AT assessment. Well, these are the factors under the indicators that say if your program is doing these 7 things for assessment of assistive technology needs, you're a quality program. Okay, and so the first one is clearly defined procedures. Remember how last time we talked about operational procedures and developing them for your school or your district, okay? And so this is where last time we talked about how you need to have clearly defined procedures for how do you consider AT for all students with disabilities. And again, I don't advocate for pick one form. If you have 2 or 3 forms as choices, don't just pick one and just use it, okay? You may use one of these forms. Now, we learned tonight or today that, that it is key that the team of educators that are assessing a child, starting in the observation, all need to use the same form. That needs to be a clearly defined procedure. Here are the choices of forms, but your team must agree to use the same form. Number 2, that flexible teams are formed on the basis of knowledge and expertise in AT. And you all are, oh my gosh, you've just sat through several hours of AT training. And so you all are the team, or members of future teams that have a basis of knowledge and expertise in AT. And it will come even more so. You know, Ashley, whenever you get that writing bird, you're now going to be able to tell people, oh my gosh, let me tell you about the writing bird. The student who used it, these were his or her needs and their abilities, and it worked beautifully. Okay, or the exact opposite. These were his needs or her needs and abilities. And you know what? The writing bird wasn't the best device. I kept searching. And so, you know, Ashley, you may become the expert on writing tools. And I hope you do, so that way you can present the information to your peers when they have questions about it. Number 3, AT assessments must be conducted in the student's customary environments. You know, and this is just best practice for any assessment. Children should not be pulled into a room they've never been in, with a person they don't know, and be assessed and expect us to have accurate results. That's not going to happen. Number 4, AT assessments are conducted in a timely manner. And so you need to say, this is when we're going to do it. When we meet next time to talk about AT and the IEP, if in the IEP we say we're going to do an assessment, we're going to have to provide a timeline. And we're going to have to, within reason and within knowledge of all of the craziness of our world right now, know that we may need to be flexible, but we absolutely need to, you know, I told you about the case of Andrew F. versus Douglas County last week, and that occurred in 2017, but it went to the Supreme Court. Well, timely manner is not clearly defined by any of our rules, and so that can end up getting us in hot water with parents who are litigious and think we should move faster. And so to keep it in mind, to be able to at least be making progress within the assessment is imperative. Number 5, recommendations are based on data about a typical task. You know, how often do we, you know, ask students to, you know, the PPVT, the vocabulary test where we flip pictures at a student and we ask them to identify what the pictures are. Is that a typical task we normally do? And if it is, great. But if it's not, that's an assessment that is testing way more skills than just identifying the vocabulary, you know, in the picture. 6, documented recommendations consistently include sufficient information. If you use the forms that I have provided you and that GSAT has so fabulously printed up for you and or emailed to you for your documentation and for your, I hope you're making an AT notebook from all of the things you've received from this workshop. Certainly, that's where you've got the forms, and that meets this absolutely positively. And then finally, AT use is frequently monitored. And what does frequently mean? That depends. It depends on your child. I think certainly in the very beginning, once you've identified, yes, this is a tool that we think will be successful based on the outcomes that we've seen in the trial, you know, I think we should check on it a little bit more frequently. But then, you know, once they settle in, maybe every grading period, every 9 weeks would be a good idea. So, all right, common errors. All right, our common errors that hopefully will never happen. These are the do's and the don'ts. Certainly that procedures are not defined. So you don't know what you should be doing and how you should be doing it. You do not have, your district or your school does not have an operational procedure that you can follow. You do this, you do this, you do this. Or the other common error in number 1 is that it's not customized to the student and to their situation. And so, as was brought up, that we need to look at who the caregivers are. If we're going to include data from the home environment, then who in the home environment is going, let's not assume it's just the mother. It might be a sibling, or in my case with my little 3-year-old, it was probably the grandparent. And so it wasn't customized because I didn't ask, and it wasn't shared with me that he spent so much time with them. Number 2, not utilizing a team approach. I hope we in special ed never have this problem. I hope that, and in fact, one of the reasons why I value special educators so much is that we really do work well together as a team. Because we have to, we can't survive otherwise. Burnout was brought up earlier tonight, and that is such a concern in education because we can't lose good teachers. We can't lose experienced teachers. One of the ways we don't lose them is by having a team approach and knowing that someone else can step in and help me or be part of my team of support. Number 3, an error is lack of skills necessary to conduct assessment and team not seeking assistance. You all have met this one because you have sought assistance. You all have taken the time today to spend these hours with me and with GSAT to learn about how to assess students and then how to be able to trial devices. Number 5, lack of clear communication between team members. Isn't that a huge issue that we absolutely positively need to learn how to communicate? And maybe sometimes it's merely if the device is going from environment to environment to environment, maybe it just involves having a communication book that goes with the child, and different team members even just jot a note to say worked well, battery wasn't working, oh my gosh, it crumped on me, whatever it was. 6, the needs and communications are not communicated outside of the assessment team. And this is huge whenever we're starting to trial a device. In the case of my little ones at the Child Development Lab, from the 2-year-old room, the 3-year-old room, and the pre-K and K room, is that we let everybody know these students were using it. So the director knew, the assistant director knew. Guess who else knew? The cafeteria ladies knew. So that when they brought food in, they would say to the student, oh, would you like some more fish sticks? And the student would get their device out and say, yes, more fish sticks. From their device. And so the needs and expectations are not just of the team, but for everybody who's involved with the student. And I would even, include anybody they interact with. And boy, I would say even to the secretaries. I'll tell you, with my little one who would use the toggle switch. She used a four, it was kind of like the Prox Talker, but it only had 4 things that she would say. And she would use that whenever we would take attendance. Okay, this, I'm really dating myself now. This was back before attendance was done on a computer. This was when teachers would fill it out on a piece of paper and put it outside the door of their classroom. And then a student aide from the office would go around and collect the attendance. Well, I had my student with her para and another one of my students with a disability who was mobile. The 3 of them would go, we would just do one floor of the high school. We had a 3-floor high school. It would take the whole hour to do all 3 floors. So they would just do 1 floor. Then they would take it to the office. We trained the secretaries in the office to interact with the student using her communication device. And it was fabulous. And in fact, once again, when people told me this was a student with significant cognitive delays, this was a student who, given a choice of 4 things to say, she would say, can I have your attendance slip? See you later. And then it was when she went to the office, there were always, I made sure the office had little snacks for her. For all of them, she would say, may I have a snack, please? And then she would say, see you ladies later. Well, one time she got there and she asked for her snack. She pressed it and asked for her snack, and they got distracted by a principal. And she kept pressing that button. She didn't get her snack yet. She kept asking for it. This was a young lady who knew so much more than she was able to demonstrate on a standardized test anyway, that's a soapbox. Finally, number 7, the student is not involved. And we've talked about that through several things, several steps of this process, that we need to make sure the student is always involved. All right, so considerations for future AT assessments. Certainly virtual platforms are possible. And certainly we know that now that we have Zoom. So there are lots of different ways that we can safely participate in assessing a student who perhaps is for reasons of concern about COVID, are at home. Multiple cameras to be able to either take pictures of or video our students using them. Do you see where that documentation would be great for the discussions? And I love it, Neil showing his phone. Oh my goodness, yes. Life has become so much easier now that most of our technology is on our phones. Certainly borrowing devices, and I really appreciate GSAT staff for jumping in to share about how you can borrow devices from them. And even if you identify a device that they don't have, talk to them and collaborate with them, and they will do their best to get it. Certainly some of the considerations for future AT assessments, absolutely once we're back in person, are safety gear and sanitation. We have got to do everything we can to keep our kiddos, especially, well, everyone, regardless, but definitely our medically fragile kids, safe. And then finally, what are additional resources that we can use? I gave you one tonight with the National AIM webinar. There are lots of different resources out there. And again, none of us are as smart as all of us. And so let's try to share additional resources as we find them. And think of each other when we find them. Think of GSAT when you come across a really cool AT thing, and contact them. I'll bet you probably they've already heard about it, but maybe they haven't. And so I know that they would really appreciate hearing it as well. All right. And then my last key thing for tonight before we do our final make and take is operational procedures. It is strongly encouraged that each district or school creates an operational procedure for AT assessments. This is a document that if you form a team within your district or maybe your island, to come together and say, hey, we've just gone through this training. Let's sit down and just write up that we're going to start with observations. That you must conduct, choose how many observations. And certainly I think in any operational procedure, there have to be parameters. So in my case with our research, we decided that 4 of us had to complete 4 observations. So technically we had done 16 observations by the time we then started into, let's start kind of brainstorming up what we saw the barriers to be and what would be some devices that we're going to trial. Okay, and so that's what you would decide in observations. Here are the observation forms we suggest you use. Again, with the huge asterisk next to it saying your team must agree to use the same ones in the observations. Then move on to solution generation. And solutions. Do you see what I'm saying? Take each one of them that I've gone over tonight and write just a paragraph and then attach the resources behind it. I promise you it won't take very long. And what I would encourage you to do is to consider then sharing it with other districts, so that way you can say, hey, this is what we came up with. What did you come up with? And then maybe we can even combine our 2 and take the best of both and make it an even stronger document. This will help everyone from the student to their families to the teachers, especially not only our new teachers, but good golly, our emergency certified teachers. who, emergency certified teachers are just trying to figure out where the bathrooms are in the school and how to survive their day. So can you imagine if they have a child who has definite needs for assistive technology and you just say, go for it? Can you imagine how lost they would be? And so how awesome an operational procedure is. So, all right, and now I will share with you all the other make and take. You all
Sorry,
have
before you start on that, in lines of the operational, we just wanted to share that we've connected. I still have to get to you the schedule with regards to you having the workshops for the paraeducators, but I know that's a lot of forms, and as opposed to kind of just shoving it down the teachers' throats to say, we're going to implement this, I think we need to do a slow buy-in, especially with the situation at this time. So we figure we're going to do a series of workshops that we're going to offer. And so we see a lot of the SPED folks, the Special Education Division of Special Education folks, Mr. Neil, Ms. Laura, and a whole bunch of speech folks. Thank you. And of course, Dr. Nevis Flores, who's also our consultant who works closely with them. So if we could just slowly, we're going to host and sponsor a lot of the workshops. Same what you did, but offer it at, hopefully we can start one during the summer and one at the beginning of maybe first semester of the school year. So that way they familiarize themselves with the forms. And then hopefully once, special education or the instructional leaders at the school site says, let's implement this, they're already comfortable. And, it's not like, oh my gosh, something else I have to know, but it's something that they've learned, right? As opposed to, here's a new form, we're using it, we're gonna have training on it, right? So we mentioned that we were gonna start with the paraeducators in the summer. And we'll finalize that schedule soon, hopefully. But so we'll connect on that later, and then we will pass on the schedule of workshops to you.
Wonderful. And oh my goodness, I admire you so very much because you think the big picture. How you just described that brought me right back to being a beginning of the year teacher and being told, here are the new forms, implement them. And you're absolutely, there's no buy-in. There is truly a, here we go again. Yes, and so instead, let's do that. Absolutely. And let's do it through the lens of, let's develop an operational procedure. So that way you got a book on your desk that, oh, okay, it's time to do another one. Let's pull it out and implement it. And it's very easy. And like you said, that then it is a buy-in and not here's another form.
Yeah. And it's kind of great that it's the assistive technology folks are here. Mr. Neil, Jessica, Mr. Jack is joining us. So I think usually you'd want the masters to be master of it prior to the implementation of it, right? As opposed to learning along the way. And then when you're doing your workshop, you kind of like, this fellow doesn't even know what he's talking about. We're learning it with him and they're supposed to already know it. So this is kind of a good thing that they've joined us today. And then when we have the next workshop, they can join again and have that second dose and become experts.
Absolutely. So thank you. Truly, you all are thinking outside the box to help support teachers. And bottom line, what I really admire and am so thankful that I'm a very small part of this process with you all is that we change kids' lives this way. We truly do. And I think that, bottom line, while there's burnout and COVID and all of the stressors that we have in our lives, when you see a kiddo be able to write a paper and not take 3 days to do it and get really good ideas on it, or simply be able to use a writing bird and be happy writing, or be able to communicate, I don't want mustard on my cheeseburger. There's so many very small things that we all know. Small things really aren't small. They're actually pretty big in the scheme of things.
Yes, and Dr. Flores says that it's critical to include general ed. I agree, absolutely. We want inclusive classrooms and they're the ones who would be there. So yes, we want everyone to be experts at AT. So everybody's comfortable when they sit at the IEP table, they have something productive. I mean, well, something to contribute and know what to do, you know, that kind of thing.
Right.
But yes, definitely.
And I think, I couldn't agree with her more. I think that what we need to understand is that general ed is where all our students belong. We have to defend why we take a kid out of general ed, and that special ed is not a content area. Special ed is a service that is provided to students to have them access general education. And I think we're doing, at least I know in my case, I'm doing a good job of educating my student teachers of that fact. That it isn't a, hey, there's a room down the hallway and that's where the teacher is that you need to go talk with. And so, no, I absolutely agree that. And two, think about everything that we learned or discussed today that could apply to kiddos that aren't diagnosed with disabilities. Because you know what, if you're a kiddo who tests at the 11th percentile in math, you don't get an IEP. But that doesn't mean you wouldn't need assistive technology. And so to have general ed teachers know this too would be so helpful, so that way they can serve their students as well. And that's another whole soapbox. So thank you. Yes, I'm so pleased. All right, so now we are going to end on kind of a funny note. I know that GSAT employs student helpers, student interns that help. And I have a student intern that, let me show you my bag, that I told her what I needed and she sent me my bag. And it's funny that you all use a blue bag too. Is blue the AT Act color? I maybe it is. And so, okay, are you ready? She sent me, and maybe next time what I'll do is I'll at least, model these for you. But she didn't send me the reading guide. She sent me a token chart. She sent me a whisper phone, and she sent me a marker holder, but I don't. So let me just walk you through what you have, because actually this involves cutting as well, because you'll need scissors. But basically you need a manila folder, some transparent film or plastic report cover, and clear tape. And what you do is you cut the transparent film into strips of about an inch and a half. You then cut the manila folder. Think it's going to go, the transparent film is going to go inside the cutout of the manila folder. So the manila folder needs to be bigger. The first time I ever did this, I did it opposite. Don't do that. It won't work. And so cut the manila folder to about 2 inches. And then you cut a rectangle in the middle to create the window, and you tape the transparent film strip on it. You can then, close the manila folder strip around the transparent film strip, and then you tape it solid. And so what you end out with is a fabulous reading support that costs about $3 to do. And actually, if you can make several of these out of a manila folder, and if you have the plastic cover, you can make several of them. And these can be something that you store in a box over on your supply shelf, so that way when students need them, they can go get them and then be able to change the color. Now, certainly we have color overlays. And when I used to teach the Intro to Special Ed class, I would bring in color overlays and challenge the students to do a reflection on which color helps your eyes better to process information. And it was amazing to have students who were not diagnosed with a disability actually say, hey, you know what? If I have blue over my paper, my eyes aren't so tired. Same idea with this, in that your transparent film, depending on the color, can actually help kids process information. And then certainly having the rectangular opening limits kind of the noise of the page. So if you have kiddos who get distracted by it, can you see where you could even do a manila folder, keep it the whole size of the folder, but just cut out a small rectangular opening, say in the middle of it, so that way most of the page is blocked, and that the only part that they're processing is covered by the transparent film. And so again, a very easy make and take for you to use in your classrooms. And again, you know, depending on the abilities and strengths of your children, can you see where wouldn't it be cool to have them help you make them? All right. I don't know about you all, but I'll stop sharing now. My students love tape. And so if you even would cut, you know, pull the tape. Oh, I had one student who, I don't know if you know, have those students who, you know, do this with the tape dispenser, but to cut the tape and then have them be able to put it on is so, so important. And so now I'm able to jump in, and yes, the adult child or a child or adult is a member of the community. Absolutely. And I agree completely. What do we do without our iPhone or our iPads? Have y'all ever left your house and left your iPhone at home? The anxiety that comes with that. I did that the other day. And I keep thinking, you know, I have spent most of my adult life without my iPhone in my car, you know, but suddenly it becomes such a huge tool for us to use for communication, for music, for calendars, for all of the different things. So, oh, I agree completely, Jack. None of us know phone numbers. You know, absolutely, positively, none of us know phone numbers. My granddaughter, who's in 8th grade, she didn't know one phone number in her phone, and she has more phone numbers in her phone than I do of her friends. She doesn't know them because she just pulls it up. So yes, absolutely. And thank you, Jack. Yes, the second make and take is an incredibly strong reading mask, that it masks things out, and it's something you can make for a couple of bucks and not have to borrow from GSAT, and not really even to have to try, you know, to trial, just have it available for all your kids. And then, you know, to say, hey, listen, let's try this. Certainly I would still keep notes, but because it's not something that you're going to have to borrow and buy, you know, if it's something available, again, remember how we went to, is it systemically available? Is it programmatically available? Any make and take should be definitely systemically available. So, and thank you so much, Dr. Flores. Going beyond is hard. And so, oh, I'm happy to accommodate your local schedule. And actually, I've done really well, don't you think, for someone who hasn't stayed up till midnight in a long time? Although I will tell you that I'm drinking tea, I promise. But I had to change my, I was, for the first time in years, am going to be able to donate blood. If you lived in Germany, for years, they thought we had mad cow. And you can only diagnose mad cow in an autopsy. And so, and not that maybe I don't have mad cow, but they wouldn't let me give blood anymore. But now they've changed their rule that now it's England and Ireland if you live there. And I didn't live there. But so I was going to do it tomorrow morning, and I didn't think my schedule through, and they made my appointment for 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then told me don't drink tea at night. So I guess it affects your iron. I didn't know that. And so so I am drinking my chamomile tea, and I'm not going to give blood tomorrow at 8 a.m. I'm gonna give it another day that I don't stay up till midnight. But no, I am happy to do this. And so no, I agree, you know, you're retired but not tired yet. I'm so glad. That's a great way to think about it. I am on the cusp of retiring, but I'm not tired yet, and I'm not going to stop doing things like this. And so I appreciate everyone sticking with me tonight. Are there any final thoughts or questions from our GSAT staff that we'd like to share?
Thank you all for being with us. I know it's been a long day. It's quite different having the meeting and the workshop through Zoom as opposed to face, but we thank you so much for your participation. Two more sessions, lots more to learn. We do encourage you to please complete our survey. We do want to hear from you so that Dr. Gretchen can also prepare for next session to make sure that we address any concerns or questions that you may have. In addition, we do plan to have, hopefully throughout the year, as you learn more and we have more workshops, we're going to do some more case study scenarios, so you can actually bring your cases minus the names and details, so that way, you know, we can get some TA, technical assistance, and as she mentioned before, she won't do it for us, but she can certainly assist us and guide us on how to do it so that we become experts. So thank you, everyone. Lei, did we forget anything?
Oh, we'll be sending out the recordings right after the session. So hopefully by Monday at the latest. And then we'll send another reminder again to register. But for those who have already received an order notification or order confirmation that they've registered, there's no need to register, because I think we've already registered most of our partners from CNMI and Palau and I think American Samoa. Okay, great. Thank you again. Thanks again, Dr. Gretchen.
Oh, absolutely. Happy to do it. And thank you all. And thank you, GSAT staff, for stepping in and sharing the parts about how to borrow and access your website. Thank you. Thank you. We make a good team. And so, all right. So I will see you all next Thursday. All right, come ready to learn. We've got lots more to talk about. You would think after all of this, there wouldn't be a lot less left to talk about. There's still so much more to talk about. So thanks you all, and have a good week. Bye, everyone.
Have a good night. Okay.